Some men hide their demons so well, even their own children sleep soundly. But what happens when the mask slips and the bodies start piling up? Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story runs darker than the last, and the truth is always colder than fiction. I'm truly glad you're here. Whether you're watching from New York, South Africa, Canada, the Philippines, the UK, Greece, Sweden, New Zealand, or any of the countless places I can't name one by one, know this: I see you, I appreciate you, and you're part of this growing family. These stories are crafted to reach those who crave truth in the quiet hours. People who unwind, think, and fall asleep with mystery lingering in their minds. But when you only watch without subscribing, liking, or commenting, these stories don't travel far. They stay hidden when they should be heard. It costs nothing to hit subscribe, drop a like, or leave a thought below. But that small action keeps this channel alive and lets me keep sharing the dark, the true, and the untold. So, if these stories speak to you, please take a moment. It means everything, and it helps keep the truth alive. So, have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Great, thank you. I want you to know that every click and comment counts, and you are very important and highly welcomed here. This is the story of Efrain Sarmiento Cuero crimes, the mask of fatherhood. We're about to step into the home of a man who wore two faces, one that smiled at his family across the dinner table, and another that prowled the streets after dark, hunting. Efrain Sarmiento Cuero wasn't just a predator. He was a father, a neighbor, a man who blended into the fabric of everyday life so seamlessly that nobody suspected the horror sleeping just beneath his skin. This is the story of how one man's twisted hunger-shattered lives terrorized a community and left a trail of unspeakable acts that would haunt Ecuador forever. I know you love falling asleep to these stories, and tonight you're in for something truly chilling. We'll be exploring 4 haunting true crime cases, each one darker than the last. So, get cozy, unwind, and let the day melt away. But before you drift off, please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. The streets of Quito held their secrets close, whispered them through narrow alleyways and forgotten corners where the city's heartbeat slowed to a crawl. This was a place where people lived their lives in layers, surface smiles masking deeper struggles, poverty dancing alongside resilience, and darkness occasionally breaking through the cracks of ordinary existence. Efrain Sarmiento Cuero understood those cracks better than most. He knew how to slip through them unnoticed, how to become invisible even while standing in plain sight. During the day, he was unremarkable. A man with weathered hands and a forgettable face. Someone who might pass you on the street without leaving the slightest impression on your memory. He had children. He had a home. He had the kind of life that looked, from the outside, painfully ordinary. But ordinary was his greatest weapon. The thing about monsters is that they rarely announce themselves with fangs and claws. They don't wear their depravity like a costume. Real monsters understand camouflage. They know that the best hiding place is often right out in the open, wrapped in the mundane details of everyday existence. Efrain had mastered this art so completely that even those closest to him couldn't see the rot festering behind his eyes. His hunting grounds were the margins, places where Ecuador's most vulnerable moved through their days with little protection and even less hope. Street children, young boys whose families had fallen apart or never existed at all. Kids who had learned to survive on instinct and desperation, who trusted no one but sometimes had no choice. These were the invisible ones, the forgotten. The children's society had failed so completely that their disappearances barely registered as tragedies. Efrain saw them differently than most people did. Where others might feel pity or discomfort, he felt opportunity. Where social workers saw statistics and broken systems, he saw prey. The mechanics of his predation were chillingly simple. He would identify targets with the practiced eye of someone who had done this many times before. He watched for the telltale signs: isolation, desperation, that particular kind of weariness that came from having nowhere safe to sleep at night. He studied their patterns, learned their routines, understood their vulnerabilities with an attention to detail that would have been admirable if applied to anything other than evil. His approach varied depending on the circumstances, but certain elements remained consistent. He offered things these children desperately needed: food, shelter, work, kindness. The cruel irony was that many of his victims went with him willingly, at least initially, because what he offered seemed like salvation compared to the street's constant dangers. He understood exactly what words to use, what promises would lower their defenses, how to present himself as a solution rather than a threat. The grooming process sometimes took hours, sometimes days. He was patient when patience served him, aggressive when aggression was needed. He read people with the skill of a con artist and the instincts of a predator. His own family life provided perfect cover. What kind of monster had children of his own? The question answered itself in most people's minds, creating a protective bubble of assumed normalcy around him. Behind closed doors, away from witnesses and accountability, his true nature emerged. The violence he inflicted on these children was systematic and brutal. He didn't kill in moments of rage or passion. This was calculated, controlled, ritualistic in its horror. He knew how to inflict maximum suffering, how to prolong his victims' terror, how to satisfy whatever twisted hunger drove him to these acts again and again. The bodies told stories that the living victims couldn't. Forensic evidence would later reveal patterns of torture, signs of sustained abuse, methods of killing that suggested both premeditation and practice. He had done this before, many times before. Each victim represented not a moment of weakness or a single terrible decision, but rather another iteration of a cycle he had perfected over time. What made Efren particularly dangerous was his ability to compartmentalize. He could commit unspeakable acts against children and then return home to his own family, maintaining the facade of normalcy without apparent effort. There was no telltale deterioration in his behavior, no obvious red flags that might have alerted those around him. He went to work, attended to household responsibilities, interacted with neighbors, all while carrying the weight of multiple murders and assaults. This duality speaks to something profoundly disturbing about human psychology, the capacity certain individuals possess to separate their lives into entirely distinct compartments, never allowing the horror of one side to contaminate the appearance of the other. It's a skill that serial offenders often develop, this ability to perform normalcy while harboring darkness. The community where Efren operated was not equipped to recognize or stop him. Resources for protecting vulnerable children were limited. Street kids were often viewed as problems rather than victims, their complaints dismissed, their welfare considered someone else's responsibility. Law enforcement faced overwhelming caseloads and limited resources. Social services were stretched impossibly thin. Into these gaps, predators like Efren inserted themselves, exploiting every weakness in the systems meant to protect the vulnerable. His victims' backgrounds made them particularly vulnerable to his methods. Many came from situations of extreme poverty, broken families, abuse, or neglect. Some were running from dangers at home only to stumble into something far worse. Others had been living on the streets for so long that they had aged beyond their years, developing street smarts that served them well in some situations but couldn't protect them from someone as calculated as Efren. The psychology of his predation reveals layers of depravity. He didn't target these children randomly. He chose them specifically because of their vulnerability, because their marginalized status meant their disappearances would cause minimal disruption, because he knew the systems meant to protect them had already failed. This wasn't opportunistic violence. It was strategic exploitation of societal weaknesses. Friends and neighbors would later struggle to reconcile the man they thought they knew with the monster revealed by investigation. This is a common refrain in cases of hidden predation. He seemed so normal. I never would have suspected. He was always polite. These statements reflect both the effectiveness of his disguise and our collective reluctance to believe that evil can exist so close to home, so deeply embedded in the ordinary fabric of daily life. But there were signs, small fractures in the facade that went unrecognized or unexamined. Unexplained absences, strange behavior at odd hours, a discomfort around him that some people felt but couldn't articulate. These warning signals existed, but without context or confirmation, They remained just vague suspicions, easily dismissed or rationalized away. The progression of his crimes followed a pattern that behavioral analysts would recognize: escalation. Whether in frequency, severity, or boldness, predators like Efren typically increase their risk-taking over time. Success breeds confidence, and confidence leads to greater risks. Each crime that goes unpunished reinforces the predator's sense of invulnerability, their belief that they're smarter than everyone else, that they won't be caught. This escalation would ultimately contribute to his downfall, but not before more lives were destroyed. The trail of victims grew longer, each representing a unique individual with their own story, their own potential, their own right to safety and dignity. They weren't statistics or case numbers. They were children who died terrified and alone at the hands of someone who had promised them help. The community's failure to protect these children reflects broader societal issues around poverty, neglect, and the invisibility of the most vulnerable. When certain populations are systematically marginalized, when their welfare is consistently deprioritized, predators notice. They understand that these victims are less likely to be missed, less likely to be avenged, less likely to matter to anyone with power or resources. Efren's double life continued for a period that, in retrospect, seems impossibly long. How did nobody notice? How did the pieces never connect? The answer lies in understanding how predators operate within societies that aren't designed to protect everyone equally. He thrived in the gaps, in the spaces where oversight failed, where resources ran thin, where the vulnerable fell through cracks that everyone knew existed but nobody had the will or means to repair. Every monster makes mistakes. Even the most careful predator eventually leaves a thread dangling, a detail overlooked, a witness unexpectedly alive. For Efren Sarmiento Cuero, the unraveling began not with a dramatic confrontation or sudden breakthrough, but with small accumulations, whispers that grew louder, patterns that became impossible to ignore, and the persistent work of people who refused to let these crimes fade into obscurity. The first cracks appeared in the form of survivors. Not all of Efren's victims died. Some escaped, traumatized and damaged but breathing. Others were released by him for reasons known only to his twisted psychology. Perhaps they served his purposes better alive. Perhaps circumstances forced his hand. Perhaps some vestige of calculation told him that too many bodies would eventually draw attention. Whatever his reasoning, these survivors carried stories that needed to be heard. But trauma complicates testimony. Children who have endured the kind of horror Efren inflicted don't always present as credible witnesses. Not because they're lying, but because trauma fractures memory, because fear makes articulation difficult, because victims of abuse, especially young victims from marginalized communities, have often learned that telling their stories brings more pain than silence. They've reported abuse before only to be dismissed, disbelieved, or blamed. Why should this time be different? Yet some voices persisted. A boy who escaped and told a story that was too detailed, too consistent, too haunted to be fabrication. A witness who saw something suspicious and couldn't shake the image from their mind. A pattern of disappearances that finally caught the attention of someone with the authority and determination to investigate properly. These fragments began connecting in the minds of investigators who were paying attention. Law enforcement in Quito faced enormous challenges. The city's crime rate demanded attention across multiple fronts. Resources were limited. Cases involving street children often received less priority than crimes against more valued victims. A harsh reality reflecting societal biases that predators like Efren understood and exploited. But within any police force, there are usually a few individuals who refuse to accept this hierarchy of victims, who believe every life matters equally, who won't stop pursuing justice just because it's difficult or unpopular. Detective work in cases like this requires patience and meticulousness. Unlike crimes of passion or opportunity that leave obvious evidence and clear motives, serial predation demands investigators to think like the predators themselves, to understand patterns, anticipate behaviors, connect seemingly unrelated incidents across time and space. It means sifting through reports that others dismissed, interviewing witnesses others deemed unreliable, building cases brick by brick when the suspect has spent years perfecting his camouflage. The investigators began mapping disappearances and attacks, looking for commonalities. Geographic patterns emerged, certain areas where incidents clustered. Temporal patterns appeared, specific times of day or week when attacks occurred. Victim profiles aligned, ages, circumstances, vulnerabilities. These patterns pointed toward a single perpetrator, someone systematic and practiced, someone who had been operating successfully for far too long. As investigators dug deeper, Efren's name began appearing in their notes. Not prominently at first, just a peripheral figure who had been mentioned by witnesses or who lived near areas of interest. But repetition breeds suspicion. When the same name appears multiple times in different contexts, investigators take notice. They begin asking why this person keeps surfacing, what connections might exist beyond coincidence. Surveillance became necessary, watching Efren's movements, documenting his patterns, noting who he interacted with and under what circumstances. This phase of investigation requires extreme patience. Hours of watching nothing happen, waiting for that crucial moment when the target makes a mistake or reveals something incriminating. For someone as careful as Efren had been, this meant extended observation, resources committed to long-term monitoring rather than quick arrests. What they observed was unsettling even before any criminal acts were witnessed. His interactions with vulnerable children raised red flags. The way he approached them, the language he used, the promises he made, all exhibited classic grooming behaviors that trained investigators recognized immediately. He was too friendly, too generous, too interested in children who should have meant nothing to a stranger. These observations didn't constitute proof of crimes already committed, but they suggested strongly that prevention of future crimes required intervention. Building a prosecutable case required more than suspicion and behavioral patterns. It demanded physical evidence, credible testimony, documentation that could survive legal challenges. Investigators needed to connect Efren definitively to specific crimes, to place him at scenes, to demonstrate not just opportunity but action. This meant forensic work, interviewing potential witnesses repeatedly to gather consistent testimony, searching for physical evidence that might link him to victims. The breakthrough came from multiple directions simultaneously. A survivor who finally felt safe enough to provide detailed testimony. Physical evidence recovered from a scene that matched Efren's possession or access. Witness testimony that placed him with a victim shortly before that victim's disappearance. None of these elements alone would have been sufficient, but together they formed a web that was becoming impossible for him to escape. As the investigation intensified, Efren remained apparently unaware of the net closing around him. Or perhaps he was aware but believed his camouflage would continue protecting him. Predators often develop an inflated sense of their own intelligence, convinced they're outsmarting everyone else, blind to the accumulating evidence until arrest becomes inevitable. This overconfidence had been his strength, the audacity to continue his crimes while maintaining his normal life, but it would become his weakness. The decision to arrest requires careful timing. Move too early and evidence might be insufficient for conviction, allowing a dangerous predator to walk free. Wait too long and more victims might suffer. Investigators must balance legal requirements against moral imperatives, knowing that every decision carries profound consequences. In Efren's case, the accumulation of evidence finally reached a threshold where prosecutors felt confident they could secure a conviction. The arrest itself was carefully planned. Law enforcement knew they were dealing with someone who had proven violent, who might resist or attempt to destroy evidence if given warning. They coordinated timing, assembled sufficient personnel, planned for contingencies. When they finally moved against him, it was swift and overwhelming. No opportunities for escape or resistance, no chance to eliminate evidence or threaten witnesses. The moment of arrest strips away camouflage. Suddenly, the ordinary facade crumbles, and the community sees the monster that has been living among them. For Efren's neighbors and family, this revelation brought shock, disbelief, and horror. The man they thought they knew, the father, the neighbor, the familiar face, was revealed as something entirely different. How could they not have known? How could someone hide such darkness so completely? These questions torture those left behind. Family members particularly suffer from this revelation, their entire understanding of their lives suddenly called into question. Did they miss signs? Were there indicators they should have recognized? How could he commit such acts and then return home, interact normally, maintain relationships, all while carrying the weight of his crimes. The psychological compartmentalization required for such duality is nearly incomprehensible to most people, which is precisely why it works so effectively. Search warrants executed at his residence and any other properties he accessed revealed further evidence. Physical items linking him to victims, documentation of his movements, perhaps even trophies taken from victims, a common practice among serial offenders who keep mementos to relive their crimes. Each piece of evidence added weight to the prosecution's case, building an inescapable narrative of guilt. Forensic analysis became crucial. DNA evidence, fiber analysis, trace materials that placed him at crime scenes or connected him physically to victims. Modern forensics has become incredibly sophisticated, capable of finding microscopic connections that would have been impossible to detect decades ago. For a predator who had operated before some of these techniques existed or were widely used, his earlier crimes might have left evidence he didn't know existed or couldn't have anticipated would become so incriminating. Witness testimony required careful handling. Survivors of trauma need support and protection, especially when facing the prospect of confronting their abuser in court. Prosecutors worked with victim advocates, mental health professionals, and specialized interviewers trained in working with traumatized children. Every testimony needed to be gathered in ways that were both legally sound and ethically responsible, respecting the dignity and welfare of individuals who had already suffered enormously. The community response to the arrest was complex. Relief that a predator had been caught mixed with anger that he had operated for so long undetected. Questions arose about systemic failures. How had he been able to victimize so many without intervention? What breakdowns in social services, law enforcement, or community oversight had enabled his crimes? These weren't comfortable questions, but they were necessary ones if similar tragedies were to be prevented in the future. Media coverage amplified the case, bringing public attention to crimes that had previously existed in the shadows. This attention served multiple purposes: informing the public about dangers in their community, potentially bringing forward additional witnesses or victims who hadn't previously reported, and creating accountability pressure on systems that had failed. But media coverage also risked sensationalism, reducing complex tragedies to headlines, potentially re-traumatizing victims, and turning horror into entertainment. As Efren sat in custody awaiting trial, the full scope of his crimes was still being uncovered. Investigators continued following leads, interviewing witnesses, analyzing evidence. Each new revelation added to the mountain of evidence against him, but also deepened the tragedy. More victims, more families destroyed, more lives irrevocably damaged by one man's monstrous appetites. The legal process ahead would be lengthy and complex. Building a prosecution case for multiple murders and assaults requires meticulous preparation, anticipating defense strategies, ensuring every piece of evidence meets legal standards for admissibility. Prosecutors knew they had one chance to secure justice for these victims. Failure in court would mean a predator potentially walking free, a prospect unthinkable given the evidence they had accumulated. Court proceedings have a way of stripping away mythology and forcing confrontation with reality. When Efren Sarmiento Cuero appeared before judges and prosecutors, he was no longer the shadowy predator of investigation, the rumored monster whispered about in communities. He was flesh and blood, sitting in clear view, his ordinariness somehow making the crimes attributed to him even more disturbing. The trial process in Ecuador's justice system would test everyone involved. Prosecutors presenting their case, defense attorneys fulfilling their legal obligations, judges weighing evidence, and most painfully, victims and their families seeking some measure of justice for unspeakable losses. This wasn't about revenge or closure. Trauma of this magnitude doesn't close, but about accountability, about society making clear that such acts would not be tolerated, that even the most marginalized victims mattered. Prosecutors laid out their case methodically, building from foundation to conclusion. They established patterns of behavior, documented opportunities Efren had to commit these crimes, presented physical evidence linking him to victims and crime scenes. Each piece connected to others, forming a comprehensive narrative that was damning in its completeness. This wasn't circumstantial speculation. This was documented fact, proven through multiple independent sources of evidence. Forensic testimony proved particularly powerful. DNA evidence placed Efren in direct physical contact with victims. Fiber analysis connected materials from his home or clothing to crime scenes. Pathology reports documented the violence inflicted on victims, violence that matched patterns across multiple cases, suggesting a single perpetrator with consistent methods. These scientific findings were difficult to dispute, providing objective corroboration for testimony that defense attorneys might otherwise challenge. Witness testimony brought human faces to the tragedy. Survivors took the stand, their voices sometimes shaking, their accounts sometimes fragmentary due to trauma, but their essential truth undeniable to anyone listening with compassion and attention. They described their encounters with Efren, the initial approach, the promises made, the moment when kindness transformed into violence, the horror of realizing they had trusted someone who intended harm. The courage required for these testimonies cannot be overstated. Facing one's abuser in court, speaking publicly about experiences of profound violation, enduring cross-examination that might challenge credibility or details, these acts of bravery deserve recognition. Many survivors of such trauma never report their abuse, never seek justice through legal channels, because the process itself can feel like additional violation. Those who chose to testify did so knowing the personal cost, believing that holding Efren accountable mattered more than their own discomfort. Family members of victims who didn't survive also testified, describing their loved ones as full human beings rather than case files or statistics. They spoke about children who had dreams and personalities, who deserved protection and love, who died terrified and alone at the hands of someone who should never have had access to them. These testimonies reminded everyone present that each count in the indictment represented a unique individual whose loss rippled through families and communities. Defense attorneys faced an almost impossible task. Physical evidence was overwhelming, witness testimony consistent, patterns clear. But the legal system requires defense counsel, ensures that even those accused of the most heinous crimes receive representation, guarantees that convictions result from proper legal process rather than mob justice. Defense strategies in cases with such strong evidence often focus on procedural challenges, questioning whether evidence was properly obtained, whether witnesses were properly interviewed, whether defendants' rights were protected throughout the investigation and arrest process. In Efren's case, defense attorneys attempted to challenge witness credibility, suggesting that traumatized testimonies might be unreliable or contaminated by investigative techniques. They questioned some forensic methodologies, attempting to introduce doubt about scientific conclusions. They explored whether police procedures during investigation and arrest met all legal requirements. These strategies weren't necessarily about proving innocence, the evidence made that nearly impossible, but about ensuring that conviction resulted from legally sound process that would survive appeals. The courtroom atmosphere during trial was tense and emotionally charged. Victims' advocates and family members filled seats, their presence a constant reminder of the human cost of these crimes. Media representatives documented proceedings, knowing public interest remained high. Legal observers watched to see how the justice system would handle such a significant case. And through it all, Efren sat largely impassive, his expression revealing little about whatever thoughts or emotions might exist behind those eyes. This impassivity troubled many observers. Shouldn't someone facing such accusations show some reaction? Denial? Anger? Remorse? Fear? The absence of visible emotion suggested either profound psychological abnormality or careful calculation. Psychologists who study criminal behavior note that some offenders, particularly those who have committed repeated violent acts, develop an almost dissociative detachment, compartmentalizing their crimes so effectively that they can discuss them without apparent emotional response. Psychiatric evaluation became part of the trial process. Experts assessed Efren's mental state, his capacity to understand the charges against him, his ability to participate meaningfully in his own defense. These evaluations weren't about excusing his behavior. Mental illness doesn't absolve criminal responsibility for actions of this nature, but about understanding the psychological mechanics of his predation and ensuring the legal process functioned properly. What emerged from these evaluations was a portrait of someone with profound antisocial traits, someone who lacked empathy in ways that enabled sustained violence against vulnerable individuals. He understood right from wrong in a cognitive sense. He knew society condemned his actions, which is why he hid them, but this understanding remained purely intellectual, disconnected from any emotional or moral weight that might have prevented his crimes. This disconnect between knowing something is wrong and feeling it's wrong is characteristic of severe antisocial personality disorder and psychopathy. Such individuals can mimic emotional responses when beneficial, understanding cognitively how others expect them to behave, but these performances lack genuine emotional content. They see other people not as fellow humans deserving empathy and respect, but as objects to be used for their own gratification. This fundamental difference in experiencing the world enables violence that would be psychologically impossible for most individuals. As testimony continued, the prosecution presented evidence of additional victims beyond those initially charged. Witnesses came forward describing similar patterns of abuse, incidents that fit Efren's methods and timeline. While not all of these cases could be formally prosecuted, perhaps due to insufficient evidence or statute of limitations, their inclusion in testimony painted a picture of predation spanning years, possibly decades, with a victim count that might never be fully known. This realization, that the known victims likely represented only a fraction of the total, added another layer of tragedy. How many other children had suffered and died without anyone knowing, their cases never investigated, their disappearances never connected to Efren? The very factors that made his known victims vulnerable, poverty, marginalization, lack of family support, meant that other victims might have vanished entirely without leaving traces that could lead to investigation. Prosecutors emphasized this point in their arguments. This wasn't about isolated incidents or momentary lapses in judgment. This was systematic predation by someone who had refined his methods over years, who selected victims strategically, who understood exactly how to exploit societal weaknesses and individual vulnerabilities. The scope and duration of his crimes demanded the harshest penalties available under law. Defense counsel, in their closing arguments, could offer little beyond procedural technicalities and requests for leniency. They couldn't effectively dispute the facts. The evidence was too strong. They couldn't claim mental incompetence. Evaluations showed Efren understood his actions fully. They could only argue for measured justice, for following legal procedures precisely, for avoiding letting emotional responses override legal principles. The judges faced a profound responsibility. Their verdict would determine whether justice was served for numerous victims, whether a dangerous predator would be properly removed from society, whether the legal system could effectively respond to serial violent crimes against the most vulnerable. They reviewed evidence carefully, considered testimony thoroughly, applied legal standards rigorously. This wasn't a decision to be made lightly or quickly, despite the emotional pressure surrounding the case. When the verdict was finally delivered, it was unambiguous. Guilty on multiple counts of murder, guilty of sexual assault, guilty of crimes against children. The weight of evidence had left no reasonable doubt, and the judges had found accordingly. The courtroom erupted in reactions: relief, anger, tears. For families of victims, this verdict represented acknowledgement that their loved ones' lives mattered, that the person who had destroyed them would be held accountable. Sentencing would follow, but the guilty verdict itself carried profound significance. It meant the justice system had functioned, that even crimes against marginalized victims could result in prosecution and conviction, that predators who believed themselves untouchable could ultimately be brought to account. It didn't undo the damage or return lost lives, but it established a marker, a point where society collectively said this behavior would not be tolerated. These victims would not be forgotten. Victim impact statements provided families opportunities to address the court directly, to describe how these crimes had devastated their lives. Parents spoke about children who would never grow up, about futures stolen, about the daily struggle to live with loss and trauma. Survivors described ongoing psychological impacts, the ways their abuse continued affecting them years later, the challenge of rebuilding lives after such profound violation. These statements served multiple purposes. They informed sentencing decisions by helping judges understand the full impact of crimes beyond abstract legal categories. They provided families a voice in the legal process, some sense of participation in seeking justice. And they created a record documentation that these victims were real people whose suffering mattered, not just case numbers in legal files. The sentencing phase required judges to determine appropriate punishment within the framework of Ecuadorian law. They considered the severity of crimes, the number of victims, the demonstrated lack of remorse, the likelihood of reoffending if ever released. They weighed legal requirements against moral imperatives, seeking to craft a sentence that served justice while respecting legal principles and human rights even for someone who had violated others' rights so egregiously. Prison doors closing behind Efrain Sarmiento Cuero marked an ending of sorts, but not the kind that brings peace or resolution. Justice had been served in the legal sense. He had been tried, convicted, and sentenced for his crimes. Yet the damage he inflicted continues radiating outward, touching lives he never directly encountered, raising questions that have no satisfactory answers, leaving scars that will never fully heal. For the survivors of his abuse, the verdict and sentencing represented just one milestone in much longer journeys of healing and recovery. Trauma of the magnitude they experienced doesn't resolve with a court decision. It reshapes fundamental aspects of how people experience the world, affecting their ability to trust, to form relationships, to feel safe in their own bodies. Many survivors face lifelong struggles with PTSD, depression, anxiety, and other mental health challenges directly traceable to their victimization. The therapeutic process for trauma survivors is complex and highly individual. Some find traditional counseling helpful, working with mental health professionals trained in trauma-informed approaches to gradually process their experiences and develop coping strategies. Others benefit from peer support groups, connecting with fellow survivors who understand their experiences in ways others cannot. Some turn to creative outlets, art, writing, music, as means of expressing and processing emotions too overwhelming for words alone. But recovery is never linear. Survivors have good days and terrible days. Triggers can appear unexpectedly. A smell, a sound, a casual comment that suddenly floods them with memories and panic. Anniversaries of traumatic events often bring renewed symptoms. Relationships become complicated when trauma affects intimacy and trust. Employment can be challenging when mental health symptoms interfere with daily functioning. The ripples extend into every aspect of life. Families of victims who didn't survive face their own distinct form of suffering. Grief for a lost child is already among the most profound pains a human can experience, but when that loss results from violence, especially violence of a sexual nature, additional layers of anguish compound the tragedy. Parents torment themselves with unanswerable questions. Could we have protected them? Why didn't we see the danger? What did our child experience in their final moments? These thoughts become obsessive loops that are extraordinarily difficult to escape. The secondary victimization that often accompanies public trials adds to this burden. Media coverage, while sometimes necessary for justice, can feel invasive and exploitative. Families may encounter graphic details about their loved ones' deaths through news reports rather than through appropriate channels. Public speculation and commentary, even when well-intentioned, can feel like violations of privacy and dignity. The trial process itself, while necessary, requires families to relive trauma repeatedly as evidence is presented and testimony given. Support systems for these families are often inadequate. Victim compensation funds, where they exist, rarely come close to addressing the financial impacts of losing a family member, let alone the emotional costs. Mental health services may be available but often insufficient given the magnitude of trauma experienced. Community support tends to be strong initially but fade as public attention moves to other stories, leaving families feeling isolated in their ongoing grief. The broader community that Efrain operated within must also grapple with difficult realizations. A monster had lived among them undetected for years, possibly decades. People had interacted with him. Some had considered him a friend or at least a familiar face. The cognitive dissonance between the person I thought I knew and the monster revealed by investigation creates a kind of collective trauma. How could we not have known? What does it say about our community that this happened here? These questions often lead to productive examinations of systemic failures. What weaknesses in social services allowed vulnerable children to remain unprotected? How did law enforcement fail to connect patterns earlier? What cultural attitudes about street children or poverty enabled their marginalization and made them easier targets? Addressing these questions honestly requires communities to confront uncomfortable truths about their own values and priorities. Ecuador's child protection systems faced serious scrutiny in the aftermath of Efren's conviction. Advocates for children's rights pointed to this case as evidence of broader systemic problems. Inadequate funding for social services, insufficient training for professionals working with vulnerable populations, legal frameworks that didn't adequately protect children's rights, cultural attitudes that devalued certain children's lives. Reform efforts emerged from these critiques. Some focused on increasing resources for child protective services, ensuring adequate staffing and training for workers responsible for vulnerable populations. Others addressed gaps in legal frameworks, strengthening laws around child protection and making it easier to prosecute predators who target children. Still others emphasized prevention through education, teaching children about personal safety, training adults to recognize signs of abuse, creating community awareness about how predators operate. But reforms face obstacles. Funding limitations constrain what's possible even when political will exists. Cultural change happens slowly, requiring sustained effort over years or decades. Bureaucratic systems resist transformation even when everyone agrees change is necessary. And there's always the risk that attention will fade as the immediate crisis passes, leaving reforms incomplete or unfunded. Within prison, Efren's life contracted to a small, controlled space, a dramatic reversal from the freedom he had enjoyed while evading detection. Prison culture has its own hierarchies and codes, and those convicted of crimes against children typically occupy the lowest status. Even among populations of criminals, violence against children is often seen as beyond acceptable bounds. This can make prison life particularly dangerous for such offenders, who may face violence from other inmates. Whether Efren experienced remorse or continued maintaining the psychological compartmentalization that had served him so well remains unclear. Some offenders, when finally caught and their crimes undeniable, experience psychological collapse as denial becomes impossible. Others maintain their detachment, never fully acknowledging the humanity of their victims or the magnitude of suffering they caused. Without genuine empathy, remorse may be cognitively understood as something others expect but never emotionally felt. Psychological studies of serial offenders often reveal this absence of genuine remorse. They may express regret about being caught or about consequences they face, but show little evidence of truly grasping the pain they inflicted on others. This isn't mere stubbornness or pride. It's a fundamental difference in how they experience other people. Without capacity for empathy, they cannot truly comprehend the suffering they caused, cannot feel the appropriate emotional weight that would constitute genuine remorse. For the public, Efren's case became another entry in the catalog of human evil, a reminder that monsters are real and sometimes hide behind ordinary faces. True crime media coverage ensured his story reached audiences far beyond Ecuador, becoming part of broader discussions about child predation, serial violence, and societal responsibilities to protect the vulnerable. This attention served some positive purposes, raising awareness, potentially preventing similar crimes elsewhere, but also risked sensationalizing tragedy and reducing real suffering to entertainment. The question of prevention obsesses anyone who studies cases like this. How do we identify predators before they accumulate victims? How do we create systems robust enough to protect even the most marginalized? What interventions might stop someone with predatory inclinations before they act on them? These questions resist simple answers, but they demand serious engagement if we're to reduce the frequency of such tragedies. Prevention operates on multiple levels. Primary prevention focuses on creating societal conditions where abuse becomes less likely, reducing poverty, strengthening families, ensuring all children have safe homes and supportive communities. Secondary prevention emphasizes early identification of warning signs and intervention before escalation, recognizing grooming behaviors, taking reports seriously, investigating thoroughly. Tertiary prevention aims to prevent recidivism, ensuring convicted offenders receive appropriate sentences, providing treatment where appropriate, monitoring released offenders carefully. Each level requires resources, political will, and sustained commitment. It's easier to react to tragedies after they occur than to invest in prevention that might stop them from happening. But the moral and economic costs of failure are enormous, not just in individual suffering, but in the broader social impacts of unaddressed violence and trauma. Education plays a crucial role in prevention. Teaching children age-appropriate information about personal safety, helping them recognize manipulative behaviors, ensuring they know how to report concerns. These efforts can protect some potential victims. Training adults who work with children to recognize signs of abuse, understand grooming patterns, and respond appropriately to disclosures also strengthens protective networks around vulnerable populations. Community awareness campaigns can shift cultural attitudes that enable predation. When society collectively decides that all children deserve protection regardless of their circumstances, that street children's lives matter as much as any others, that poverty doesn't diminish someone's human value, these attitudinal shifts make it harder for predators to operate undetected. Communities that watch out for all children, not just those from privileged backgrounds, create environments where predators have fewer opportunities and face greater scrutiny. Technology has introduced new dimensions to both predation and prevention. Online spaces create opportunities for predators to identify and groom victims remotely, but also generate digital evidence trails that can aid investigation. Social media can spread awareness about missing children and suspicious individuals, but also disseminates misinformation that complicates legitimate investigations. Technology is a tool, and like all tools, its impact depends on how humans choose to use it. International cooperation has become increasingly important as predators sometimes cross borders to evade detection or access new victim populations. Organizations like Interpol maintain databases of known offenders and facilitate information sharing between countries. International treaties address child trafficking and sexual exploitation, but enforcement remains challenging, especially in regions with limited resources or corruption that allows predators to operate with impunity. The legacy of Efren's crimes extends beyond his direct victims to affect how Ecuador's society understands and responds to child predation. His case became a reference point in discussions about criminal justice reform, child protection policy, and resource allocation for vulnerable populations. Whether this attention translates into sustained systemic change remains an ongoing question, one that will only be answered through years of effort and evaluation. For criminologists and psychologists, cases like Efren's provide data points in understanding predatory behavior patterns. What factors in his background and psychology enabled such sustained violence? What warning signs existed that might have predicted his behavior? How did he select victims, and what vulnerabilities did he exploit? Answers to these questions inform both academic understanding and practical prevention efforts, though the human cost of gathering such knowledge is sobering. The media's role in covering such cases involves inherent tensions. Public awareness can serve important functions, warning communities about dangers, creating pressure for systemic reforms, ensuring accountability. But sensationalism reduces complex tragedies to entertainment, potentially re-traumatizes victims and families, and risks inspiring copycat behaviors by giving predators notoriety. Responsible coverage requires careful navigation of these competing concerns, prioritizing dignity of victims while providing information the public needs. Survivors' advocates emphasize the importance of victim-centered approaches throughout investigation, prosecution, and media coverage. This means prioritizing victims' well-being and agency, minimizing additional trauma from the justice process, respecting privacy while securing necessary testimony, and ensuring access to support services. Too often, systems treat victims as evidence rather than people, extracting what's needed for prosecution while neglecting their broader needs for healing and support. The philosophical questions raised by cases of such extreme evil challenge comfortable assumptions about human nature. How can someone appear so normal while harboring such darkness? What creates a predator? Genetics, environment, trauma, some combination? Is redemption possible for those who commit such acts, or do certain crimes place someone beyond any hope of rehabilitation? These questions don't have simple answers, but wrestling with them helps societies develop more sophisticated understanding of criminality and justice. Religious and spiritual communities often struggle to integrate cases like Efren's into their frameworks of meaning. How does one reconcile belief in human goodness or divine justice with such profound evil? Different traditions offer different answers, some emphasizing free will and human capacity for evil, others focusing on justice in an afterlife, still others on the importance of forgiveness and redemption. For individuals of faith, processing such tragedies often involves deep theological wrestling. The economic impacts of such crimes extend beyond immediate costs of investigation and prosecution. Survivors often face lifetime expenses for mental health treatment, lost productivity, relationship difficulties affecting earning capacity. Families may lose income while dealing with trauma and legal proceedings. Communities invest resources in increased security and prevention efforts. Society bears costs of incarceration and monitoring. When aggregated across all victims and ripple effects, the economic burden of predatory crimes becomes staggering. Yet reducing this discussion to economics risks missing what matters most: the irreducible human suffering that no amount of money can address. A child who died terrified and alone. A survivor struggling daily with trauma's effects. Parent living with unbearable loss. These realities transcend economic analysis, existing in realms of pain that defy quantification or compensation. As years pass since Ephraim's conviction, public attention inevitably fades. News cycles move on. Communities focus on newer concerns. The intense scrutiny that accompanied his trial diminishes into occasional mentions when similar cases arise. This fading is natural and perhaps necessary for collective mental health, but it also means the systemic reforms his case briefly spotlighted may lose momentum, the victims may be forgotten, and the lessons learned may not be retained. This is why documentation matters. Recording these tragedies in detail, preserving victim stories, analyzing what went wrong and how future tragedies might be prevented. This work ensures that suffering wasn't entirely meaningless, that some good might emerge from evil. It's small comfort to those directly affected, but it's something. History that isn't remembered is doomed to repetition, and in cases of predatory violence, repetition means more victims, more families destroyed, more communities traumatized. The survivors who rebuild lives after such trauma demonstrate extraordinary resilience. Not all manage it. Some remain trapped by their experiences, struggling for decades or entire lifetimes. But others find ways forward, constructing meaning from suffering, using their experiences to help others, refusing to let their victimization define their entire existence. This resilience doesn't erase what happened or minimize the harm done, but it represents triumph over evil in the most profound sense, the refusal to be destroyed by it. Support from others proves crucial to these recovery journeys. Therapeutic relationships with skilled professionals who understand trauma. Connections with fellow survivors who share understanding that others cannot. Family members who provide unconditional love and patience through difficult healing processes. Communities that acknowledge suffering without voyeurism, offer support without expectation, and create space for survivors to exist as whole people rather than being defined solely by their victimization. The challenge for society is maintaining this support over time. Initial attention brings resources and concern, but trauma's effects last far longer than public interest. Survivors need support not just in weeks after victimization or during trial proceedings, but years and decades later as they continue navigating impacts. Funding for services must be sustained, not just allocated during crises and then eliminated when attention fades. Prevention efforts also require sustained commitment. It's not enough to reform systems in response to high-profile tragedies and then allow those reforms to languish unfunded or unimplemented. Real protection requires ongoing investment in social services, consistent training for professionals, maintained vigilance in communities, and cultural values that consistently prioritize vulnerable populations' welfare over competing concerns. Efrain Sarmiento Cuero will likely die in prison, his freedom permanently revoked as consequence for his crimes. This outcome represents justice in its most basic form: accountability imposed, danger removed from society, punishment administered for terrible wrongs. But legal justice, crucial as it is, addresses only one dimension of these tragedies. The deeper questions of healing, prevention, and meaning remain ongoing challenges that transcend any single case or verdict. For those who loved Efren's victims, who survived his attacks, who dedicated themselves to bringing him to justice, the story doesn't end with his imprisonment. They carry forward with lives forever marked by his actions, finding ways to exist in a world that proved darker and more dangerous than they once believed. Some find purpose in advocacy, working to prevent similar tragedies. Others focus on personal healing, reconstructing lives from trauma's wreckage. Still others channel grief and anger into creative expression, art that bears witness to suffering and survival. The rest of us, the ones who only know this story from distance, carry our own responsibilities. To remember that behind every statistic about child abuse lies a unique individual with inherent worth. To support systems and policies that protect vulnerable populations. To examine our own communities for warning signs and weaknesses predators might exploit. To refuse complacency about others' suffering just because we feel safe ourselves. Evil of the magnitude Efren embodied forces confrontation with uncomfortable truths. That ordinary appearances can mask monstrous intentions. That our systems of protection have gaps through which vulnerable people fall. That children suffer terribly while society fails to notice or intervene. That justice, when it finally arrives, cannot undo damage already inflicted. These truths resist easy answers or comfortable resolutions. Yet alongside darkness, these cases also reveal capacity for courage. Survivors who testify despite trauma, investigators who persist despite obstacles, families who demand justice despite grief, communities that eventually mobilize to protect their most vulnerable members. This courage doesn't balance scales or make tragedies worthwhile, but it represents something essential about human capacity to resist evil, to insist on accountability, to protect others even when protection comes too late for some. As this story closes, or rather as we step back from it, since stories of trauma never truly close for those living them, the central questions remain. How do we create societies where children are truly safe, where vulnerabilities don't become invitations for predation, where justice is swift and certain enough to deter those who might be deterred? How do we support survivors not just initially but throughout lifelong recovery? How do we remember victims as full human beings rather than statistics or cautionary tales? These questions demand answers not just in words but in actions. Sustained commitment of resources and attention, political will to prioritize vulnerable populations, cultural shifts that value all lives equally, systems that function effectively rather than just existing on paper. The true measure of society's response to tragedies like those Efren caused lies not in rhetoric, but in whether future potential victims find themselves protected by more robust, more responsive, more comprehensive systems than those that failed before. The darkness Efren Sarmiento Cuero brought into the world cannot be erased. The suffering he caused echoes forward through time, affecting not just direct victims but concentric circles of families, communities, and society. But the response to that darkness, the determination to seek justice, protect the vulnerable, and ensure such tragedies become rarer, represents the best of human capacity to confront evil and insist on something better. In the end, we're left with memories of those who suffered, respect for those who survived, and responsibility to build systems that might spare future potential victims from similar fates. It's not enough, it's never enough when measured against innocent lives lost or damaged. But it's what remains possible after tragedy, the determination to learn, to change, to protect, and to ensure that those who suffered are not forgotten, that their lives and deaths meant something beyond one man's monstrous appetites. The monster wore a human face and lived among us undetected for far too long. That truth should haunt us, not as paralyzing fear but as motivation to see more clearly, act more decisively, and protect more effectively. Because somewhere tonight, in Ecuador or anywhere else in the world, vulnerable children face dangers from predators who understand how to exploit systems' weaknesses and society's blind spots. Our response to cases like Efren's determines whether we leave those children unprotected or whether we finally commit to the hard, sustained work of making them safe. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2. The Predator's Mirror. Some men don't just break the law, they shatter every boundary between human and beast. What happens when the hunter becomes so consumed by darkness that even his own shadow recoils? Tonight, we're descending into the mind of a man who didn't just cross lines, he obliterated them. Juan Carlos Villa wasn't hunting for survival. He was hunting for pleasure. And when the world finally caught up to him, what they found wasn't just a criminal. It was something far worse. A predator who had perfected his craft in the shadows, leaving behind a trail of shattered lives and unanswered screams. Colombia, 1990s. A time when the country bled from cartel wars, when violence was so woven into the fabric of daily life that another body, another crime, another disappearance barely registered as a ripple in the collective consciousness. The streets of Bogota pulsed with paranoia, every corner a potential ambush, every stranger a possible threat. But some threats don't announce themselves with gunfire or territorial disputes. Some threats wear the mask of normalcy so convincingly that they walk among us undetected, feeding on our trust, gorging on our vulnerability. Juan Carlos Villa was one of those threats. On the surface, he was unremarkable. Average height, average build, the kind of face that blended into crowds, forgotten the moment you looked away. He held down jobs, paid his rent, nodded politely to neighbors. He was the man you'd pass on the street without a second glance, the face that dissolved into the background noise of urban existence. And that was precisely his weapon. Invisibility, the ability to be so monumentally ordinary that no one ever thought to look closer, to peel back the veneer and examine what festered underneath. But underneath, Juan Carlos Villa was rotting from the inside out. His childhood, by most accounts, was a breeding ground for dysfunction. Born into poverty in a rural area outside Bogota, Villa grew up watching his father's fists solve every problem, watching his mother's spirit crumble under the weight of abuse and neglect. The home was a war zone disguised as a family unit, where love was a foreign concept and survival meant learning to swallow your screams. Young Juan Carlos learned early that power came from inflicting pain, that control was the only currency worth having in a world that gave him nothing. Psychologists would later piece together the fragments of his psychological profile, pointing to textbook indicators of antisocial personality disorder, sadistic tendencies, and a complete absence of empathy. But labels don't capture the reality of what Villa became. Labels are sterile, clinical, safe. What Villa embodied was primal, monstrous, a walking testament to how far the human psyche can descend when all guardrails are removed. He started small, as predators often do. Petty theft, vandalism, the torture of stray animals, a classic red flag that went unnoticed or ignored by a community too overwhelmed by its own survival to intervene. These weren't crimes born of necessity or desperation. They were experiments, test runs, Villa learning the parameters of his own capacity for cruelty. And with each act, the boundary between curiosity and compulsion blurred until it vanished entirely. By his 20s, Villa had graduated to human targets. Women mostly, always women. Vulnerable, isolated, the kind society had already abandoned or overlooked. Sex workers plucked from darkened streets. Migrants passing through the city with no roots, no one to notice when they vanished. Addicts spiraling through their own hells. Easy prey for a man who had learned to read desperation like a second language. He would approach them with offers: money, shelter, food, safety, whatever bait the situation required. And they would follow, hoping for a lifeline, unaware they were descending into an abyss from which there would be no return. Villa's modus operandi was calculated, refined through repetition. He scouted locations with the precision of a military strategist, seeking out abandoned buildings, remote rural properties, places where screams would die unheard. He'd lure his victims to these locations under false pretenses, and once they were isolated, the mask would slip. The ordinary face would contort into something else, something that belonged more to nightmare than reality. What he did to those women defies comfortable description. This wasn't passion or rage or even hatred in any conventional sense. It was methodology. Villa approached torture and sexual violence the way a craftsman approaches his trade, with focus and deliberate intent. He would spend hours, sometimes days, with his victims, exploring the limits of human suffering with the detached curiosity of a scientist conducting experiments. The pain he inflicted wasn't a means to an end. It was the end itself, the entire point, the thing that made him feel alive in a way nothing else could. The psychological mechanics of such behavior are well documented in forensic literature. Sadistic offenders like Villa derive gratification not just from the act itself but from the total dominance, the absolute power they wield over another human being. They're feeding a void that can never be filled, chasing a high that requires increasingly extreme stimulation to achieve. Each victim becomes a stepping stone to the next, the violence escalating not because the predator wants it to, but because his twisted neurochemistry demands it. And Villa was meticulous about covering his tracks. He understood forensics better than most career criminals, knew how to eliminate evidence, how to dispose of bodies in ways that made identification difficult or impossible. Some victims were buried in shallow graves in rural areas, their remains scavenged by wildlife and weather until they were little more than bones and fragments. Others were dismembered, their parts scattered across multiple locations, a grotesque jigsaw puzzle with no solution. A few simply vanished, their fates unknown even now, their families left to haunt the space between hope and horror. The authorities, stretched thin by Colombia's broader violence, were slow to connect the dots. Missing persons reports accumulated, but in a country where thousands disappeared each year due to cartel violence and political instability, these cases didn't trigger alarm bells. Each disappearance was investigated as an isolated incident, if it was investigated at all. The pattern was there, invisible in plain sight, waiting for someone with the right perspective to recognize it. That perspective finally came from an unlikely source, a young detective named Ricardo Mendoza, newly assigned to the city's cold case unit. Mendoza was fresh, hungry, unburdened by the cynicism that had eroded his colleagues' ability to see beyond the immediate. While reviewing files on missing women, he noticed threads of similarity, geographic clusters, victim demographics, timelines that suggested a methodical predator rather than random opportunistic crimes. He began building a database cross-referencing cases that had never been formally linked, constructing a portrait of a killer who had been operating in their midst for years. But recognizing a pattern and catching a predator are vastly different challenges. Villa had been doing this too long, had become too skilled at evading detection. He varied his hunting grounds, changed his approach, adapted to perceived threats. He was disciplined, patient, willing to go months without acting if he sensed increased scrutiny. And in a city as chaotic and violent as Bogota in the 90s, staying invisible wasn't difficult for someone with his particular skills. Mendoza's investigation faced resistance from multiple fronts. Resources were limited, budgets stretched to breaking. His superiors questioned whether connecting these cases was worth the investment when so many other crimes demanded attention. Some colleagues suggested he was seeing patterns that didn't exist, that he was falling into the trap of every rookie detective, trying to make a name by manufacturing a headline-grabbing case out of unrelated incidents. But Mendoza couldn't let it go. Something in those files haunted him, kept him awake at night. The victims' faces stared at him from crime scene photos and missing persons flyers, their eyes asking a question he couldn't ignore. Why didn't anyone notice? How did someone get away with this for so long? Who was going to speak for them now? The break came not through brilliant detective work but through chance, that unpredictable variable that derails even the most careful plans. Villa made a mistake, a small one, the kind that would seem insignificant to anyone else but was catastrophic for someone operating at his level. He'd abducted a woman named Catalina Reyes, a 23-year-old waitress who'd been walking home from a late shift. Unlike his usual victims, Catalina had people who noticed when she didn't come home, people who raised immediate alarm, people with enough social capital to push the police into swift action. More critically, Catalina had fought back. During the abduction, she'd managed to scratch Villa's face and neck, collecting his DNA under her fingernails. And in his haste to subdue her, Villa had been seen by a witness, a taxi driver who'd been parked nearby, smoking a cigarette, waiting for a fare. The driver had seen a man forcing a struggling woman into a vehicle, had caught enough details to provide a partial license plate and a rough description. It wasn't much, but it was more than Villa had ever left behind before. And in Mendoza's hands, these fragments became the thread that would begin to unravel everything. The license plate led to a vehicle registered under a false name, but the address associated with the registration was real, a rundown apartment in a working-class neighborhood. When police executed a search warrant on the property 3 days after Catalina's disappearance, what they found confirmed Mendoza's worst fears and then exceeded them. The apartment was a shrine to violence. Maps marked with locations that corresponded to missing persons cases. Personal items taken from victims, trophies kept to relive the crimes. Photographs, dozens of them, documenting his victims in various states of torture and death. The images were methodically organized, catalogued, dated, evidence of a mind that didn't just commit atrocities but savored them, returned to them again and again. And there, locked in a reinforced room in the back of the apartment, they found Catalina Reyes. Alive, barely. Her body was a landscape of trauma. Her mind retreated to some unreachable place where the horror couldn't touch her. She would survive, physically at least, but the woman who'd walked home from her shift 4 days earlier no longer existed. Villa had killed that version of her as thoroughly as if he'd stopped her heart. Villa himself wasn't at the apartment when police arrived. He'd sensed something was wrong, that animal instinct predators develop after years of operating in the margins. He'd fled, disappearing into the sprawling chaos of Bogota, becoming just another face in a city of millions. A manhunt was launched, his picture distributed to every precinct, every checkpoint, every border crossing. The media seized on the story, broadcasting his face across television screens nationwide, transforming him from invisible predator to most wanted fugitive overnight. For 2 weeks, Villa evaded capture, moving through the city like a ghost, sleeping in different locations each night, stealing food and supplies, staying one step ahead of the dragnet tightening around him. But isolation is its own prison, and predators without hunting grounds are just animals backed into corners. The psychological pressure mounted, compounded by the knowledge that his carefully constructed double life had been obliterated, that he could never return to the shadows that had sheltered him for so long. His capture, when it finally came, was anticlimactic. He was spotted by a street vendor in a bus terminal, attempting to flee to Ecuador. A patrol unit was called, and within minutes, Villa was surrounded, handcuffed, hauled away to face the consequences of a decade's worth of depravity. He didn't resist, didn't struggle. According to the arresting officers, he seemed almost relieved, as if some part of him had been waiting for this moment, knowing it was inevitable. But the arrest was just the beginning. Now came the reckoning, the slow, methodical process of reconstructing his crimes, of giving names and voices back to the women he'd reduced to statistics and bones. The interrogation room was designed for discomfort. Harsh fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, bare concrete walls amplifying every sound, a metal table bolted to the floor, and 2 chairs arranged in a configuration that forced eye contact. It was a space engineered to strip away pretense, to wear down resistance through sheer oppressive sterility. Detective Ricardo Mendoza sat across from Juan Carlos Villa, the man he'd hunted through mountains of paperwork and dead-end leads. And what struck him most wasn't Villa's menace or his defiance. It was his ordinariness. Without the context of his crimes, Villa could have been anyone. A factory worker on his lunch break, a clerk from a government office, the guy who fixed your plumbing or delivered your groceries. His face held no obvious signs of the monster within, no visible indicators that the mind behind those unremarkable eyes had orchestrated years of systematic torture and murder. And perhaps that was the most disturbing revelation of all. That something so monstrous could exist behind a facade so thoroughly mundane. Villa's lawyer, a public defender named Miguel Arias who'd drawn the short straw in assignment rotation, sat beside his client looking like a man who'd rather be anywhere else. Arias had reviewed the evidence, had seen the photographs, had walked through that apartment of horrors. He knew there was no defense to mount here, no legal strategy that would result in anything other than the harshest sentence Colombian law allowed. His job wasn't to secure freedom for Villa. It was to ensure the process followed proper legal channels, that the state didn't cut corners in its rush to judgment, that the monster got a fair trial before being locked away forever. Mendoza opened a thick folder, the physical manifestation of months of investigation, and laid out photograph after photograph on the table between them. Crime scenes, missing persons reports, the faces of women who'd trusted the wrong stranger on the wrong night. He watched Villa's reaction, searching for remorse, horror, shame, anything that would indicate a functional conscience. But Villa's expression remained neutral, almost bored, as if he were being shown vacation photos rather than documentation of his own atrocities. "Tell me about Rosa Martinez," Mendoza said, tapping a photograph of a young woman with dark eyes and a cautious smile. 22 years old, went missing March 15th, 1997. Her family reported her missing when she didn't show up for her sister's birthday. Villa glanced at the photo with the disinterest of someone being shown a menu at a restaurant they'd already visited too many times. He shrugged. "I don't remember all their names." The casual dismissal hung in the air like poison gas. Mendoza felt his jaw tighten, felt rage bubbling up from somewhere deep and primal. He forced it down, maintained the professional facade that was the only thing keeping him from lunging across that table and choking the life out of this waste of human tissue. "You kept photographs," Mendoza continued, his voice level despite the storm inside. "You documented everything. You're going to sit there and tell me you don't remember?" Another shrug. "There were a lot of them." 23. Mendoza's voice was sharp now, each word a blade. "We've confirmed 23 victims so far. 23 women with families, with lives, with futures you stole. And that's just what we can prove. How many more? How many bodies are out there that we haven't found?" For the first time, something flickered across Villa's face. Not remorse, interest, as if the question had engaged some competitive instinct, some perverse pride in his thoroughness. "More than 23, he said finally. His voice was quiet, conversational, the tone someone might use to discuss the weather. "I'd have to think about the exact number. Some of them were in the early days before I started keeping records. I wasn't as organized back then." The admission sent a chill through the room. Even Arias, who'd been maintaining professional detachment, looked physically ill. Mendoza leaned back in his chair, processing the implications. More than 23. How many more? 5? 10? 20? How many families would never get closure, would never know what happened to their daughters, sisters, mothers? "Walk me through it," Mendoza said. "From the beginning. How did this start?" Villa seemed to consider the question, as if genuinely trying to recall the genesis of his descent into depravity. When he spoke, his tone was almost clinical, a lecturer explaining a complicated subject to students. "It started with curiosity," he began. "When I was young, maybe 9 or 10, I found a wounded dog. It had been hit by a car, was bleeding, whimpering. I remember looking at it and feeling nothing. No pity, no desire to help. Just curiosity about what would happen if I made it worse instead of better. So I did. I heard it more. And I discovered that hurting it made me feel something. Made me feel powerful. In control. Everything else in my life was chaos. My father beating my mother, never having enough food, being invisible to everyone. But in that moment, with that dying dog, I mattered. I had power over something. The psychological profile Mendoza had read came flooding back, the classic progression of a sadistic offender. Childhood cruelty to animals, usually dismissed as boys being boys, was actually a warning sign screaming for intervention. But in Villa's environment, surrounded by violence and dysfunction, no one had been paying attention. The dog wasn't enough after a while, Villa continued, his voice still disturbingly even. I moved on to larger animals, then to hurting other kids when I could get away with it. Small things at first, pushing someone downstairs, putting glass in someone's food, starting fires, testing boundaries, seeing what I could do without getting caught. And I was good at it. Good at reading people, at knowing who would make a good target, who wouldn't be believed if they told. I learned to be invisible, to be the person no one suspects or remembers. Mendoza's pen scratched across his notepad, documenting every word. This confession would be crucial for prosecution, but more than that, it was a window into psychology so alien it barely qualified as human. "When did you move to adult victims?" Mendoza asked. "My early 20s, Villa replied. "I'd been fantasizing about it for years, but I knew the stakes were different. Kill a dog, people shrug. Kill a person, they hunt you. So I had to be smarter. I started watching sex workers, homeless people, addicts, anyone society had already written off. I'd follow them, learn their patterns, figure out when and where they were most vulnerable. The first one." He paused, and for a moment something almost like nostalgia crossed his face. "Her name was Daniela. At least that's what she told me. I picked her up one night, told her I'd pay extra if we went somewhere more private. She agreed. They always agreed when you offered enough money." The detail in his recollection was disturbing. Evidence that these weren't suppressed traumas. He was reluctantly dredging up but cherished memories he'd revisited countless times. "I took her to an abandoned warehouse I'd scouted. Once we were inside, I showed her the knife, told her if she cooperated, I wouldn't hurt her. She believed me. They always believed me at first. I kept her there for 3 days. I learned a lot during those 3 days, what makes people break, how much pain a body can endure before shutting down, how to prolong everything. When I finally killed her, it was almost disappointing. The ending was the least interesting part. It was the journey, the process, that mattered." Mendoza felt bile rising in his throat. The casual way Villa discussed torture and murder, as if critiquing a film or describing a hobby, was more chilling than rage or madness would have been. This wasn't insanity. This was something colder, more calculated, more fundamentally broken. "And after Daniela?" Mendoza prompted, needing to push through despite his revulsion. "I refined my approach," Villa said. "I realized I'd made mistakes, been too impulsive, hadn't thought through disposal properly. So I studied, read about forensics, criminal investigations, how killers get caught. I learned from their mistakes, adapted my methods. I varied my hunting grounds, changed my victim selection, improved my cleanup protocols. I became professional about it." The word professional hung in the air like a curse. This was his career, his calling, the thing that gave his life meaning and purpose. While normal people pursued careers, relationships, accomplishments that benefited society, Villa had dedicated himself to perfecting the art of human suffering. Over the next several hours, Villa walked Mendoza through his crimes with the thoroughness of an accountant reviewing financial records. He described locations where bodies were buried, some that had been undiscovered for years. He provided details about victims the police didn't even know were missing. Women with no families, no connections, whose disappearances had never been reported because no one cared enough to notice they were gone. Each revelation was a fresh wound. Each admission another layer of horror piled onto an already incomprehensible mountain of evil. Mendoza documented everything, even as part of him wanted to stop listening, to walk away from this nightmare and never look back. But he owed it to the victims to bear witness, to ensure their stories were told, their suffering acknowledged. "Why are you telling me all this?" Mendoza finally asked, genuinely confused by Villa's willingness to confess. "You know what this means, life in prison at minimum, possibly death penalty. Your lawyer is sitting right there, and you're just admitting to everything." Villa smiled then, the first genuine expression Mendoza had seen cross his face. It wasn't remorse or relief, it was satisfaction. "Because it doesn't matter anymore," Villa said. "I've done what I wanted to do. I've lived according to my nature. You can lock me away, execute me, whatever, but you can't take away what I experienced, what I accomplished. Those moments are mine forever. And now, by telling you, I get to relive them one more time. I get to see the horror on your face, watch you struggle to understand something you never will. That's its own kind of power." The truth of it hit Mendoza like a physical blow. This wasn't a confession in any traditional sense. It was Villa's final act of cruelty, forcing others to absorb his poison, to carry the weight of his atrocities in their minds forever. He was weaponizing his own crimes, turning his victims' suffering into ammunition to wound everyone who came into contact with his story. "You're sick," Mendoza said, the words inadequate but the only ones available. "Maybe," Villa replied, still smiling, "but I'm also honest about what I am. Can you say the same? How many people go through life pretending to be good while fantasizing about things they'd never admit? I just had the courage to act on my nature instead of suppressing it." It was a philosophy, Mendoza realized with deepening horror. Villa had constructed a worldview in which his actions weren't aberrant but authentic, a rejection of societal constraints in favor of pure self-actualization. It was psychopathy dressed up as enlightenment, a moral framework so inverted it transformed evil into virtue. The interrogation continued for days, each session adding more detail to the already overwhelming evidence against Villa. Forensic teams worked around the clock, excavating burial sites, processing remains, attempting to identify victims and notify families. The scope of Villa's crimes expanded with each discovery, painting a picture of predation that had operated undetected for over a decade. The psychological evaluation, conducted by Dr. Elena Vargas, one of Colombia's leading forensic psychiatrists, confirmed what everyone already suspected. Villa exhibited classic markers of antisocial personality disorder with strong sadistic features. He demonstrated no capacity for empathy, no ability to experience genuine emotional connection with others, no internalized moral code that might generate remorse. He was, in clinical terms, a psychopath, someone whose brain was fundamentally wired differently from normal human beings, lacking the neurological architecture that generates conscience. But the diagnosis, while accurate, felt insufficient. Labels couldn't capture the reality of what Villa had done, the magnitude of suffering he'd caused. Psychology could explain the mechanics of his pathology, but not the existential horror of his existence. The fact that something this broken could wear a human face and walk among us undetected for years. As the case built toward trial, media attention intensified. Villa's face was everywhere: newspapers, television, radio. The public was simultaneously horrified and fascinated, unable to look away from this window into human darkness. Some outlets sensationalized the story, turning Villa into a boogeyman, a monster from fiction rather than flesh. Others took a more analytical approach, using the case to examine broader questions about societal failures, about how someone could operate so long without intervention, about what systemic changes might prevent future Villas from emerging. The victims' families navigated their own complicated grief. Relief at finally having answers mixed with the agony of knowing what their loved ones had endured. Some attended every court hearing, needing to bear witness, to see justice done. Others couldn't face it, couldn't bring themselves to occupy the same room as the man who'd destroyed their lives. There was no right way to process this kind of trauma, no roadmap for healing from wounds this deep. Villa seemed to enjoy the attention, the notoriety. He'd spent years invisible, overlooked, forgotten. Now he was infamous, his name spoken with fear and disgust across the nation. For someone whose primary motivation was power and control, the public's terror was validating proof that he'd left a mark on the world that couldn't be erased. And in a terrible way, he was right. Juan Carlos Villa had permanently altered the landscape of Colombian crime, joining the pantheon of serial killers whose names become shorthand for human evil. His victims would be remembered, yes, but so would he. The predator and prey bound together in history, their fates intertwined by violence that transcended both their lives. The trial, when it finally came, would be a reckoning not just for Villa but for everyone who'd failed to stop him, everyone who'd looked away when they should have looked closer, everyone who'd dismissed the disappeared as irrelevant because society had already discarded them. Justice was coming, but justice, Mendoza knew, would never be enough. The courthouse in Bogotá was a monument to institutional authority. Stone columns rising 3 stories high, heavy wooden doors that required 2 men to open, marble floors polished to a mirror shine. It was designed to intimidate, to remind anyone who entered that they were now subject to powers greater than themselves, that individual will surrender here to collective judgment. On the morning Juan Carlos Villa's trial began, security was unprecedented. Metal detectors flanked every entrance. Armed guards positioned at strategic intervals. Bomb-sniffing dogs patrolled the perimeter. The state was taking no chances with a case this high-profile, this inflammatory. Outside, protesters gathered in competing factions. One group demanded the death penalty, carrying signs with the victims' faces and slogans calling for ultimate justice. Another, smaller group opposed capital punishment on principle, arguing that executing Villa would make martyrs and monsters equivalent, would reduce the state to his level. Media crews outnumbered both groups combined, satellite trucks lined up like mechanical soldiers, journalists jockeying for position, everyone competing for the perfect angle, the most compelling soundbite, the shot that would define this moment for history. Inside the courtroom, tension was a living thing, thick enough to choke on. The gallery was packed beyond capacity. People pressed shoulder to shoulder. Every seat claimed hours before proceedings began. Victims' families occupied the front rows, their faces etched with combinations of grief, rage, and exhausted hope that justice might somehow ease suffering that could never truly heal. Behind them sat journalists, legal observers, psychology students, true crime enthusiasts, curiosity seekers, everyone drawn to this nexus of human darkness for their own reasons. Judge Mariana Delgado presided, a woman in her mid-50s with steel-gray hair and a reputation for running an airtight courtroom. She'd handled high-profile cases before, cartel trials, political corruption, crimes that made headlines and tested the limits of Colombian jurisprudence. But nothing quite like this. She took her seat behind the elevated bench, surveyed the packed courtroom with an expression that brooked no nonsense, and brought down her gavel with authority that silenced the murmuring crowd. "This court is now in session," she announced, her voice carrying clearly through the vaulted space. "We are here for the trial of Juan Carlos Villa, charged with multiple counts of kidnapping, torture, sexual assault, and murder. I will remind everyone present that this is a court of law, not a theater. Disruptions will not be tolerated. Outbursts will result in immediate removal. We will conduct these proceedings with the dignity and gravity they deserve." Villa was led in through a side entrance, shackled at wrists and ankles, flanked by armed guards. He wore a plain prison jumpsuit, his hair cut short, his face showing the effects of months in custody. Paler than during his interrogation, thinner, the wear of confinement visible in the set of his shoulders. But his expression remained maddeningly neutral, betraying neither fear nor remorse. He took his seat beside his attorney, Miguel Arias, who looked like a man carrying the weight of the world on already overburdened shoulders. The prosecution was led by Fiscal General Santiago Cruz, a seasoned prosecutor with a 40-year career and a conviction rate that made him a legend in Colombian legal circles. Cruz had built his reputation on thorough preparation and devastating courtroom presentations. He didn't rely on theatrics or emotional manipulation. He let evidence speak for itself, constructed cases so airtight that defense attorneys often advised their clients to plead guilty rather than face him in trial. For the Villa case, Cruz had spent months assembling a prosecution that would leave no room for doubt, no crack through which reasonable doubt might slip. "Your Honor," Cruz began, rising from the prosecution table, his voice grave and measured. "The case before this court is one of such profound evil, such systematic cruelty, that it challenges our capacity to comprehend how a human being could commit such acts. Over the course of more than a decade, the defendant, Juan Carlos Villa, abducted, tortured, sexually assaulted, and murdered at least 23 women. I say at least because Villa himself has admitted there were more. Victims whose bodies we may never find, whose families may never receive closure." Cruz paused, letting the numbers sink in. 23 confirmed, more unconfirmed, each number representing a life destroyed, a family shattered, a future stolen. "The evidence we will present is extensive and deeply disturbing," Cruz continued. "Forensic evidence linking Villa to multiple crime scenes, DNA evidence from victims' remains, physical evidence recovered from his apartment, including photographs documenting his crimes, personal items taken from victims as trophies, and maps marking burial locations. And perhaps most damning, Villa's own confession. A detailed, comprehensive admission of guilt in which he described his crimes with disturbing specificity." Cruz spent the next hour outlining the prosecution's case, methodically laying out the timeline of Villa's crimes, the evidence supporting each charge, the legal framework under which the state sought conviction and maximum sentencing. It was masterful advocacy, clear, logical, emotionally resonant without being manipulative. By the time he finished, the courtroom was silent, everyone absorbing the magnitude of what they were about to witness. Arias rose for the defense, and Mendoza, watching from the gallery, felt almost sorry for the man. What possible defense could be mounted? The evidence was overwhelming, the confession unambiguous. Arias' strategy, such as it was, seemed to focus on mitigating factors: Villa's abusive childhood, his documented mental illness, arguments for life imprisonment rather than death penalty. "Your Honor," Arias began, his voice lacking the confidence that characterized Cruz's presentation, "no one disputes that Juan Carlos Villa committed terrible crimes. The evidence is clear, and my client has admitted his actions. But this court must consider not just what was done, but why. We will present psychological testimony demonstrating that Villa suffers from severe antisocial personality disorder, that his capacity to distinguish right from wrong was fundamentally compromised by neurological abnormalities and childhood trauma. We're not asking for exoneration. We're asking that this court recognize the difference between a calculating monster and a deeply damaged individual whose brain simply doesn't function as ours do." It was a reasonable legal strategy, perhaps the only one available given the circumstances. But watching the families in the gallery, Mendoza saw faces hardening, heard the barely suppressed rage at the suggestion that Villa deserved anything resembling mercy. These people didn't care about psychological profiles or neurological dysfunction. They cared that their daughters, sisters, mothers were gone, erased by a man who sat expressionless in the defendant's chair, showing no more emotion than if he were waiting for a bus. The trial proper began with witness testimony. Detective Mendoza was called first, asked to walk the court through the investigation, how patterns had been identified, how the case had been built, how Villa had finally been apprehended. He testified for 3 hours, maintaining professional composure despite the emotional weight of recounting every detail. He described the apartment, the evidence recovered, Villa's confession in the interrogation room. Cross-examination was minimal. Arias couldn't dispute facts that were documented in official reports and corroborated by multiple sources. Next came forensic experts. A medical examiner described the autopsies performed on recovered remains, detailing injuries that painted horrific pictures of what these women had endured before death. The testimony was clinical by necessity but no less devastating. Broken bones indicating prolonged torture, evidence of sexual assault, signs that death had sometimes come slowly, painfully, after days of suffering. Several people in the gallery left during this testimony, unable to stomach the graphic details. A forensic psychologist, Dr. Helena Ruiz, provided analysis of Villa's psychological profile. She described the characteristics of antisocial personality disorder, explained how sadistic offenders derive gratification from others' suffering, detailed the neurological research suggesting psychopaths' brains process empathy differently than normal individuals. It was fascinating from an academic perspective, a window into psychology that most people would never encounter. But in the context of this trial, it felt inadequate, too sanitized, transforming genuine horror into bullet points and diagnostic criteria. Can someone with this disorder control their actions? Cruz asked during direct examination. Dr. Ruiz considered carefully before responding. That's a complex question. Individuals with antisocial personality disorder understand the difference between right and wrong in an intellectual sense. They know society has rules. What they lack is the emotional motivation most people have to follow those rules. They don't feel guilt or remorse as deterrents. But that doesn't mean they're incapable of control. Many people with this disorder never commit violent crimes. They may be manipulative or lack empathy, but they don't all become killers. The difference with someone like Villa is that he chose to act on his impulses rather than suppressing them, and he developed the skills to do so without getting caught. It was a critical distinction. Villa wasn't insane in any legal sense. He knew his actions were wrong, understood consequences, planned meticulously to avoid detection. He simply didn't care. His disorder explained his behavior but didn't excuse it. The prosecution then presented physical evidence, entering into record the photographs Villa had kept, the items taken from victims, the tools he'd used to inflict torture. Each exhibit was catalogued, numbered, described for the court record. The judge viewed them in chambers to spare the public gallery the most graphic images, but enough was visible to convey the systematic nature of Villa's crimes, the evidence of planning and premeditation that demolished any argument about impulsive actions or diminished capacity. Then came the moment everyone had been dreading and anticipating in equal measure: victim impact statements. Judge Delgado had allowed families of the confirmed victims to address the court, to speak directly to the man who had destroyed their lives. It was a relatively recent addition to Colombian legal proceedings, borrowed from other justice systems, an acknowledgement that courts served not just abstract legal principles, but real human beings whose suffering deserved recognition. The first to speak was Carmen Martinez, mother of Rosa Martinez, the young woman whose photograph Mendoza had shown Villa during that initial interrogation. Carmen was in her 50s, her face carved with grief that had aged her beyond her years. She walked to the podium with the careful steps of someone whose legs might give out at any moment, gripped the sides for support, and lifted her eyes to stare directly at Villa. "You took my daughter," she began, her voice trembling but determined. Rosa was 22 years old. She worked 2 jobs to help support our family. She was taking night classes, trying to get her degree, trying to build a better life. She was kind. She volunteered at a children's hospital on weekends, reading to sick kids. She had a boyfriend who wanted to marry her. She had dreams, plans, a future full of possibilities. And you erased all of that in a moment of selfishness and cruelty. Carmen's hands shook as she pulled out a photograph, held it up for the court to see. "This is Rosa at her cousin's wedding, 6 months before you took her. Look at her smile. Look at the life in her eyes. That's what you destroyed. Not just her body, but everything she was, everything she could have become." Her younger sister, Angelica, still has nightmares. "My husband had a heart attack from the stress. The doctors said grief literally broke his heart. Our family will never recover from what you did." She paused, wiping tears from her cheeks, then continued with sudden fierce intensity. "You sit there like this doesn't matter, like we're nothing to you, and maybe we are nothing to you, but I want you to hear this: you failed. You tried to reduce my daughter to just another victim, another body, another number in your collection. But she was more than that. She mattered. She was loved. And we will remember her not for how she died, but for how she lived. You get nothing. No power over our memories. No control over her legacy. You're already forgotten, already nothing. But Rosa lives on in everyone who loved her." Carmen stepped away from the podium, supported by family members, and returned to her seat amid respectful silence. Villa's expression hadn't changed, but Mendoza, watching carefully, thought he detected something. A flicker of irritation, perhaps, frustration that his attempt at power was being rejected, reframed, stripped of its significance. Others followed. Fathers who had lost daughters, sisters who had lost sisters, a husband who had lost his wife. Each testimony was a dagger, precise and devastating, painting portraits of women who had been reduced to evidence exhibits but were being resurrected through love and memory. They spoke of birthdays that would never be celebrated, grandchildren who would never be born, conversations that would never happen, futures stolen wholesale. Some spoke with rage, voices breaking as they demanded maximum punishment, death if possible, eternal suffering if the law allowed. Others spoke with profound sadness, expressing not hatred but incomprehension. How could another human being do this? What brokenness inside Villa had twisted him into something so monstrous? A few, remarkably, spoke of forgiveness, not for Villa's sake but for their own, explaining that carrying hatred was too heavy a burden, that they chose to release that poison even while demanding justice. The cumulative effect was overwhelming. Journalists who'd covered dozens of trials admitted later they'd never witnessed anything quite like it. This collective outpouring of grief transmuted into testimony, this insistence that victims be seen as fully human rather than abstractions in a legal proceeding. Even Judge Delgado, known for maintaining strict emotional control, was seen wiping her eyes during some of the statements. Villa remained impassive throughout, staring at a fixed point on the wall above the gallery, his face a mask of studied indifference. But Mendoza noticed his hands, clenched tight beneath the defense table, knuckles white with tension that contradicted his carefully maintained exterior. The families were getting to him, breaking through that armor of narcissistic superiority, forcing him to confront the reality that his victims weren't just objects in his private collection but human beings whose absence created ripples of suffering that extended far beyond what he directly inflicted. The defense called its own witnesses, psychologists who testified about Villa's abusive childhood, experts on brain abnormalities in violent offenders, a childhood acquaintance who described the poverty and dysfunction that characterized Villa's early environment. It was all true, all documented, all relevant to understanding the developmental factors that contributed to Villa's pathology. But it felt hollow in the face of what had been presented, like trying to justify an earthquake by explaining plate tectonics to people whose homes had been destroyed. Arias made his closing argument, and to his credit, he didn't try to minimize Villa's crimes or suggest anything less than severe punishment was appropriate. Instead, he focused on the question of death penalty versus life imprisonment, arguing that executing Villa would be a mercy he didn't deserve, that spending decades in a cell, stripped of freedom and power, was the more appropriate punishment for someone whose entire existence had been defined by exerting control over others. The death penalty, Arias argued, is final, quick, and ending. Life in prison is a beginning, the beginning of decades contemplating what was done, existing without agency, experiencing powerlessness. For someone like Villa, that's the truest punishment imaginable. It was clever advocacy, reframing life imprisonment as the harsher sentence, appealing to the desire for Villa to suffer while avoiding execution. Whether it would work remained to be seen. Cruz's closing was masterful as expected. He spent an hour methodically reviewing the evidence, connecting each piece to the legal elements required for conviction on each charge. Then he shifted gears, addressing the broader implications of the case. This trial is about more than one man's crimes, Cruz said, his voice resonating through the courtroom. It's about how we as a society respond when confronted with evil in its purest form. Juan Carlos Villa made choices, conscious, deliberate choices, to inflict suffering on vulnerable women. He planned his crimes meticulously. He adapted his methods to avoid detection. He kept trophies to relive his atrocities. These are not the actions of someone incapable of control. These are the calculated decisions of a predator who understood exactly what he was doing and did it anyway because he enjoyed it. Cruz paused, making eye contact with jurors, ensuring they understood the gravity of what he was about to say. The defense wants you to see Villa as a victim himself, of his childhood, of his brain chemistry, of circumstances beyond his control. And yes, his early life was difficult. Yes, his psychology is abnormal. But this courtroom is full of people who experienced trauma, who overcame difficult circumstances, who possess neurological differences, and they didn't become serial killers. They didn't torture innocent women. They made different choices because they possessed something Villa lacks: a fundamental respect for human life. He walked to the exhibit table, gestured to the photographs of Villa's victims displayed there. 23 women, 23 lives, 23 families destroyed. And those are just the ones we know about. Villa himself admits there were more. More women whose families will never know what happened, will spend the rest of their lives wondering, hoping, searching. That's Villa's legacy. A trail of suffering so vast we can't even measure its full scope. Cruz returned to face the jury directly. The prosecution asks that you find Juan Carlos Villa guilty on all counts. The evidence is overwhelming. His own confession is unambiguous. And we further ask that you recommend the maximum sentence allowed by law. Not out of vengeance, but out of justice. Not to sink to Villa's level, but to affirm that society protects those who cannot protect themselves, that predators who operate in our midst will be caught and punished, that human life has value that must be defended. He sat down, and the courtroom remained silent for several heartbeats, everyone processing the weight of what they'd witnessed over the past weeks. Judge Delgado addressed the jury, providing them with detailed instructions on the legal standards they must apply, the definitions of each charge, the burden of proof required. She reminded them that their decision must be based solely on evidence presented in court, that emotion, while understandable, could not replace reasoned deliberation. Then she dismissed them to begin their work, the heavy responsibility of determining Villa's fate now resting on 12 ordinary citizens who would have preferred to be anywhere else. The deliberation took 3 days. 3 days of anxious waiting, of families camping out in courthouse hallways, of media speculation and public debate. The entire nation seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for resolution to a case that had captivated and horrified in equal measure. When the jury finally returned, the courtroom filled within minutes, words spreading through Bogota like wildfire. Mendoza took his usual seat in the gallery, surrounded by families he'd come to know over months of investigation and trial. He felt their tension, shared their desperate hope that justice, however inadequate, might be served. Judge Delgado called the court to order. "Has the jury reached a verdict?" The jury foreman, a middle-aged man who'd looked increasingly haggard as deliberations stretched on, stood. "We have, Your Honor, on the charge of first-degree murder in the death of Rosa Martinez. How do you find? Guilty. On the charge of first-degree murder in the death of Catalina Reyes? Guilty." 23 times the question was asked. 23 times the answer was the same. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Each verdict another nail in Villa's coffin, another affirmation that society rejected what he represented, that his victims' lives mattered, that predators would face consequences. Additional charges: kidnapping, torture, sexual assault. Each received guilty verdicts as well. 97 separate guilty verdicts in total, a comprehensive rejection of everything Villa had done, everything he represented. Villa showed no reaction, staring straight ahead as his fate was sealed. But Mendoza saw the families weeping, holding each other, experiencing relief mixed with grief that justice, while achieved, could never truly heal what had been broken. Sentencing was scheduled for the following week, giving Judge Delgado time to review the verdicts and determine appropriate punishment within the constraints of Colombian law. The death penalty debate would reach its conclusion then, the final chapter in a case that had exposed the darkest capacities of human nature. As the courtroom emptied, Mendoza remained seated, emotionally exhausted but satisfied that he delivered on his promise to those women whose faces had haunted him from cold case files. He'd given them voices, ensured their stories were told, brought their killer to justice. But he also knew this wasn't really an ending. Villa would continue to exist, whether in prison or on death row, a permanent stain on the world. The families would carry their grief forever, their lives irrevocably altered. And somewhere out there, other predators were learning from Villa's mistakes, adapting their methods, hunting in the shadows. The work was never finished. But today, at least, justice had been served. The sentencing hearing took place exactly 1 week after the verdict, though it felt like years had passed in the intervening days. The courtroom configuration remained the same. Judge Delgado presiding, prosecution and defense at their respective tables. Gallery packed with families, journalists, and observers. But the atmosphere had shifted. The trial's uncertainty had been replaced by grim certainty. The question was no longer guilt but punishment, not whether Villa would be held accountable, but how completely that accounting would unfold. Judge Delgado entered precisely at 9 o'clock, as was her habit, and the courtroom rose in respect before settling back into seats that had become familiar over weeks of proceedings. She arranged papers before her with methodical care, then lifted her eyes to survey everyone assembled. "We are here for sentencing in the matter of the state versus Juan Carlos Villa," she began, her voice carrying the weight of judicial authority tempered by evident emotional toll. "Before I announce the sentence, I want to address several aspects of this case that extend beyond the legal technicalities to touch on broader questions about justice, punishment, and society's response to crimes of this magnitude." Mendoza leaned forward, interested in what insights might emerge from someone who'd presided over this nightmare with such professional competence while maintaining her humanity. "This court has presided over many difficult cases," Judge Delgado continued. "Drug trafficking, political violence, organized crime. Colombia's recent history has been marked by violence that scarred our national consciousness. But the crimes committed by Juan Carlos Villa represent something different. Not violence in service of political ideology or criminal profit, but violence as its own end, suffering inflicted purely for the gratification of inflicting it. This is evil in perhaps its purest form, untethered from any motivation society can comprehend or contextualize. She paused, allowing her words to resonate through the silent courtroom. The defense has argued that Villa's childhood trauma and psychological disorders warrant consideration as mitigating factors. I acknowledge these realities. Villa's early life was undeniably marked by abuse and dysfunction. His psychological evaluations demonstrate genuine neurological abnormalities that distinguish him from individuals with normal emotional and empathetic capacities. These facts are important for understanding how a human being becomes capable of such atrocities. Arias visibly relaxed slightly, perhaps hoping that acknowledgement would translate into leniency. However, Judge Delgado's voice hardened. Understanding is not excuse. Explanation is not justification. Many people experience childhood trauma. Many people struggle with psychological disorders. They do not become serial killers. They do not torture and murder innocent women. Villa had choices at every step, choices to seek help, to remove himself from situations where he might harm others, to recognize his impulses as dangerous and take action to prevent himself from acting on them. He made none of those choices. Instead, he deliberately cultivated his darkest impulses, refined his methods, and systematically destroyed human lives over more than a decade. She turned her attention directly to Villa, who met her gaze with that same unsettling neutrality that had characterized his courtroom demeanor throughout the trial. Juan Carlos Villa, you have been found guilty of 97 separate charges stemming from the kidnapping, torture, sexual assault, and murder of at least 23 women. The evidence against you was overwhelming. Your own confession was comprehensive and disturbing in its detail. You have shown no remorse, no recognition that your victims were human beings whose lives had value, no acknowledgement of the ocean of suffering you created. Judge Delgado consulted her notes, then continued. The prosecution has recommended the maximum sentence allowed under Colombian law. The defense has argued for life imprisonment rather than death penalty, suggesting that decades in custody represent a more severe punishment than execution. Both arguments have merit, and this court has considered them carefully. The courtroom held its collective breath, waiting for the declaration that would seal Villa's fate. On each count of first-degree murder, this court sentences you to the maximum term of 60 years imprisonment. Given the 23 murder convictions, and considering the requirement that sentences for separate crimes be served consecutively when appropriate, this court imposes a combined sentence of 1,380 years imprisonment without possibility of parole. A ripple went through the gallery, effectively life imprisonment many times over, a symbolic sentence that acknowledged the magnitude of Villa's crimes even though he could only serve one lifetime. Additionally, Judge Delgado continued, for the charges of kidnapping, torture, and sexual assault, this court imposes consecutive sentences totaling an additional 430 years. Your combined sentence is 1,810 years in a maximum security facility, without possibility of parole, pardon, or early release. Regarding the death penalty question, the judge explained her reasoning with careful deliberation. Colombian law reserves capital punishment for the most extreme cases, and Villa's crimes certainly qualify. However, this court finds that death, while perhaps satisfying an understandable desire for ultimate retribution, would be insufficiently severe. Execution provides closure, an ending, a final moment after which Villa simply ceases to exist. Life imprisonment, in contrast, means decades of confinement, of powerlessness, of daily confrontation with the reality that Villa's reign of terror is permanently concluded, that he will never again experience freedom or exert control over another human being. For someone whose entire existence was defined by domination and power, this ongoing deprivation is the more fitting punishment. It was essentially the argument Arias had made, but reframed in a way that denied Villa any mercy while appearing to grant his attorney's request. Brilliant judicial reasoning, Mendoza thought. Judge Delgado wasn't finished. Furthermore, this court orders that Villa be prohibited from correspondence with media, from giving interviews, from publishing memoirs, or in any way profiting from his crimes. He will not be permitted to become infamous, to cultivate notoriety, to transform his atrocities into celebrity. He will exist in obscurity, forgotten by everyone except those who must remember, the families of his victims and the law enforcement officers tasked with ensuring he never threatens society again. Several family members were openly weeping now, some with relief, others with the renewed grief that comes from realizing that no punishment, however severe, could ever truly balance the scales. Finally, the judge said, her voice softening slightly, this court acknowledges the extraordinary pain endured by the victims' families. While no legal outcome can restore what was taken, it is this court's hope that today's sentence provides some measure of closure, some affirmation that your loved ones mattered, that their deaths were not ignored or minimized, that society stands in solidarity with your grief and demands accountability from those who caused such harm. She brought down her gavel with finality. This court is adjourned. Guards moved immediately to escort Villa from the courtroom. He rose without resistance, his expression still maddeningly blank, and was led toward the exit that would take him to the transport vehicle waiting to deliver him to Combata Maximum Security Prison, where he would spend the remainder of his natural life. But as he passed the gallery, something unexpected happened. Maria Reyes, sister of victim Catalina Reyes, stood from her seat and shouted, her voice cutting through the murmuring crowd. "Look at us," she demanded, tears streaming down her face. "Look at what you've done. You wanted power? You wanted to matter? You're nothing. You hear me? Nothing. My sister was everything. Kind, loving, full of life. And you're just emptiness pretending to be human. You don't get to ignore us. You don't get to pretend we don't exist." Villa stopped, turned to face her. For just a moment, the mask slipped, and something flickered across his features. Anger, perhaps, or frustration that his carefully maintained indifference was being challenged. He opened his mouth as if to respond, but the guards pulled him forward, removing him from the courtroom before he could speak. The moment was brief but significant. Maria had done what Villa's victims couldn't. She'd broken through, forced him to acknowledge her presence, denied him the final act of cruelty that would have been ignoring the families entirely. It was a small victory, perhaps meaningless in the grand scheme, but watching Maria collapse into her husband's arms, sobbing with exhaustion and relief, Mendoza understood its importance. She'd refused to be erased, had insisted on being seen, had rejected Villa's narrative that cast her and others like her as powerless. The courtroom slowly emptied, families gathering in hallways to console each other, to process what had just occurred, to begin the long journey toward whatever healing might be possible. Mendoza lingered, as had become his habit, allowing the space to clear before facing the gauntlet of media waiting outside. Santiago Cruz approached, extending his hand. "Good work, detective. None of this would have been possible without your initial investigation, your refusal to let those cases be forgotten." They shook hands, two professionals acknowledging shared achievement in stopping a predator who had operated too long undetected. "Do you think it's really over?" Mendoza asked, voicing the doubt that had been gnawing at him. Cruz considered the question carefully. "Villa is finished, yes. He'll die in prison, forgotten, irrelevant. But predators like him, they're always out there. Some are operating right now as we speak, perfecting their methods, hunting victims. Our job doesn't end because we caught this one. It's never-ending vigilance, constant work to identify patterns, to connect cases, to give voice to victims society tries to ignore." It was a sobering truth, one that made Mendoza's satisfaction with today's outcome feel temporary, incomplete. Outside the courthouse, media descended immediately, shoving microphones and cameras toward anyone connected to the case. Mendoza gave a brief statement, expressing satisfaction with the verdict, acknowledging the family's suffering, praising the collaborative investigation that had brought Villa to justice. He kept it professional, deflecting questions about his personal feelings or reactions to specific trial moments. This wasn't about him. It never had been. But one reporter managed to ask a question that cut through the noise. "Detective, Do you think Juan Carlos Villa is a monster? Or is he just a very sick human being? Mendoza paused, considering how to articulate something he'd been wrestling with throughout the investigation and trial. I think, he said slowly, that calling Villa a monster is comforting but inaccurate. Monsters are fictional, supernatural, things that exist outside the realm of normal human experience. Villa is entirely human, disturbed, broken, lacking fundamental capacities most of us take for granted, but human nonetheless. And that's actually more frightening than any monster could be. Because if Villa is human, it means humans are capable of this. It means the potential for such evil exists within our species, restrained in most people by empathy, conscience, and socialization, but fundamentally possible. That's the real horror. Not that monsters exist, but that we can become them. The reporter looked momentarily stunned by the response, and Mendoza took the opportunity to extract himself from the crowd, heading toward his car and the prospect of returning to normal cases, normal crimes, normal evils that didn't reach quite so far into the abyss. Understand. 2 years later, Cambada Maximum Security Prison sits approximately 3 hours northeast of Bogota, a fortress of concrete and steel designed to contain Colombia's most dangerous criminals, drug lords, cartel enforcers, terrorist operatives, and men like Juan Carlos Villa, individuals whose crimes were so severe that separation from society needed to be absolute and permanent. Mendoza had never intended to visit Villa in prison. His involvement in the case ended with the trial. Justice had been served, sentences handed down, Villa relegated to the obscurity Judge Delgado had mandated. There was no professional reason to maintain contact, no investigative purpose that would justify confronting Villa again. But 2 years after the sentencing, Mendoza received an unusual request. Villa had agreed to participate in a psychological study examining the neurology and behavior patterns of sadistic offenders. The research team conducting the study had invited Mendoza to observe an interview session, suggesting that his presence might provide valuable context and that Villa had specifically requested he attend. Mendoza's initial instinct was to refuse. He'd spent enough time in Villa's presence, absorbed enough of his poison. Why volunteer for more? But curiosity eventually overrode resistance. What did Villa want? What could he possibly have to say 2 years into a sentence that would last until his death? Against his better judgment, Mendoza agreed to attend. The interview room was smaller than the courthouse interrogation room where they'd first sat across from each other, with the same institutional sterility. Cinder block walls, fluorescent lighting, metal furniture bolted to the floor. Villa was brought in wearing prison orange, his hands cuffed in front of him, chained to a ring embedded in the table. He'd aged noticeably in 2 years, thinner, grayer, the prison pallor making him look almost ghostly. But his eyes were sharp, alert, fixing on Mendoza with something that might have been curiosity or might have been calculation. "Detective," Villa said, his voice the same even tone Mendoza remembered. "Thank you for coming." "I didn't come for you," Mendoza replied flatly. "I came because the research might help catch others like you." A faint smile tugged at Villa's lips. "Others like me. Is that what you think? That I'm part of a category, a type, something you can profile and predict? Aren't you? Perhaps." Villa leaned back as much as the chains allowed. "But I prefer to think I'm singular, unique. My methods, my approach, my artistry. Calling me just another serial killer feels reductive." There it was, that narcissism, that need to be special even in monstrosity. Mendoza felt disgust rising but maintained his composure. Dr. Elena Vargas, the forensic psychologist leading the study, sat to Mendoza's left. She'd been conducting regular sessions with Villa, building psychological profiles, comparing his responses to established research on violent offenders. She spoke now, redirecting Villa's attention. "Juan Carlos, we've been discussing your time in prison. How has confinement affected you?" Villa considered the question with apparent seriousness. "It's exactly what Judge Delgado predicted. Every day I wake up powerless. No choices, no control, no ability to act on impulse or desire. Everything is regulated: when I eat, when I sleep, when I'm allowed outside my cell. It's difficult. Do you experience regret? Dr. Vargas asked. For getting caught? Absolutely. Villa's response was immediate, unguarded. For what I did? No. I told Detective Mendoza during my interrogation that those experiences are mine forever, that no one can take away what I felt, what I accomplished. That remains true. I revisit my memories constantly. They're all I have now. It was chilling confirmation that Villa remained fundamentally unchanged, that imprisonment had modified his circumstances but not his psychology. But here's something interesting, Villa continued, leaning forward slightly. Being powerless has given me a different perspective. When I was active, I was focused entirely on the present. The next victim, the next experience, the immediate gratification. Now, with nothing but time, I think about legacy, about what I leave behind. And what do you think you've left behind? Mendoza asked, unable to help himself. Villa's smile widened. Fear, trauma, permanent scars on dozens of families. Changes to how law enforcement approaches missing persons cases. My name will be remembered long after I'm dead, whispered as a cautionary tale, studied by researchers and true crime enthusiasts. I'm immortal now, in a way. Not the immortality I would have chosen, but immortality nonetheless. You're a footnote, Mendoza said coldly. A warning label, not a legacy. Is there a difference? Villa seemed genuinely curious. History remembers monsters as readily as heroes. Sometimes more readily. People forget politicians and businessmen, but they remember killers. Names like Jack the Ripper, Ted Bundy, the Zodiac, they resonate across decades, across centuries in some cases. I'm part of that conversation now. Dr. Vargas intervened. Do you understand that this perspective, viewing your crimes as achievement, seeking notoriety even in condemnation, is itself evidence of your pathology? Normal individuals experience shame when contemplating harm they've caused. You experience pride. I understand that society views it as pathological, Villa replied. But society is just a collective agreement about acceptable behavior. Those agreements are arbitrary, culturally determined, subject to change. I reject the framework entirely. I lived according to my own nature, my own desires, unrestrained by constructs I didn't consent to. It was the same philosophy Mendoza had heard during interrogation. Villa's attempt to reframe predation as authenticity, evil as liberation from social constraints. Do you think about your victims? Dr. Vargas asked. Constantly, Villa said, but not the way you mean. I don't think about them as people with lives and families. I think about them as experiences, as moments in time that belong to me. The fear in their eyes, the sounds they made, the way their resistance evolved as time passed. Those memories are crystal clear, more vivid than most people's happiest moments. That's what I have now. That's what sustains me. Mendoza felt his hands clenching into fists beneath the table. 2 years in prison, and Villa remained unapologetically monstrous, still deriving satisfaction from his crimes, still viewing his victims as objects rather than human beings. Does it bother you? Mendoza asked, his voice tight with controlled anger. That you'll die in here? That every day for the rest of your life will be the same routine, the same powerlessness, until eventually your body gives out and you're buried in an unmarked grave in the prison cemetery. For the first time, something flickered in Villa's expression. Not quite fear, but perhaps the closest approximation someone with his psychology could experience. Yes, he admitted quietly. It bothers me. Not dying, everyone dies, but the slow, grinding monotony of it, the decades of nothingness stretching ahead. Sometimes I think Judge Delgado understood me better than I understood myself. She knew execution would be too quick, too merciful. This is the worst punishment. Not death, but endless, meaningless existence. It was as close to vulnerability as Villa had ever shown, a crack in the armor revealing the psychological reality beneath. He was suffering, if not from guilt or remorse, then from the existential horror of permanent irrelevance. The interview continued for another hour. Dr. Vargas methodically working through her research questions, documenting Villa's responses for the larger study on sadistic offenders. Mendoza mostly listened, contributing occasional questions but primarily absorbing the experience of confronting Villa in his diminished state. When the session finally concluded and Villa was led back to his cell, Mendoza sat in silence for several minutes, processing what he'd witnessed. "That was difficult to observe," Dr. Vargas said sympathetically, "seeing him still so unrepentant, still viewing his crimes through such a distorted lens. Is there any possibility he'll change?" Mendoza asked. "That time and reflection might generate some actual remorse?" Dr. Vargas shook her head. "Highly unlikely. Antisocial personality disorder is fundamentally resistant to treatment, especially in someone as extreme as Villa. His brain simply doesn't process empathy and morality the way normal brains do. The neural pathways that would generate guilt or remorse don't function properly. He's essentially locked into his current psychological state. So the research is just about understanding monsters, not rehabilitating them? Understanding is valuable in its own right," Dr. Vargas replied. "The more we learn about how minds like Villa's function, the better we can identify warning signs, intervene earlier, potentially prevent future Villas from developing. And understanding helps law enforcement recognize patterns, build better investigative strategies. It's not about fixing Villa, he's beyond fixing, but about protecting potential future victims." It was pragmatic reasoning, and Mendoza couldn't argue with the logic. Still, leaving the prison, driving back toward Bogota through countryside that looked deceptively peaceful, he felt hollowed out, exhausted by the experience of spending time in Villa's presence again. The case had consumed years of his life, the investigation, the trial, the aftermath. He'd given those victims justice, ensured their killer faced consequences, delivered what closure was possible to grieving families. It should have felt like completion, like a chapter closed. But visiting Villa revealed an uncomfortable truth. Some cases never really end. Villa would exist in that prison for decades, a permanent reminder of humanity's darkest capacities. The families would carry their grief forever, wounds that might scar over but would never fully heal. And Mendoza himself would always remember those women's faces, the evidence photographs, the horror of Villa's confession. The abyss doesn't just stare back. It leaves permanent marks on everyone who looks into it, changes them in ways both subtle and profound, ensures that confronting evil becomes part of who you are, woven into the fabric of your psyche. 6 months after that prison visit, Mendoza transferred to a different unit, no longer able to work cold cases involving missing persons. The Villa investigation had drained something essential from him, left him unable to maintain the emotional distance necessary for that particular type of work. He moved to financial crimes, fraud, embezzlement, corruption cases that involved plenty of human awfulness but rarely the visceral horror of cases like Villa's. Felt like retreat, like admitting defeat, but it was survival, recognition that everyone has limits, that even the strongest people can only absorb so much darkness before it begins poisoning them from within. Juan Carlos Villa remains in Combata maximum security prison, serving his 1,810-year sentence in the obscurity Judge Delgado mandated. He gives no interviews, publishes no memoirs, fades gradually from public consciousness except as a cautionary tale, a historical footnote about Colombia's criminal history. The women he murdered are remembered by those who loved them, their lives celebrated for what they were rather than defined by how they ended. Memorials were established, scholarships created in their names, organizations founded to support families of victims of violent crime. It's not justice. Justice would be those women still living, still laughing, still pursuing their dreams. But it's resistance, a refusal to let Villa's violence be the final word on their existence. And somewhere in Bogota, in cities across Colombia and beyond, other predators are hunting, operating in shadows, perfecting their methods, leaving trails of suffering that haven't yet been connected, recognized, investigated. The work continues. It always continues, because the abyss doesn't empty. It just waits for the next person brave enough or foolish enough to stare into it, to confront what humanity is capable of when all restraints are removed, to bear witness to darkness so others don't have to. And sometimes, if you're lucky, If you're strong enough, if you refuse to be consumed by what you've seen, you can bring a little light into that darkness. Can give voice to the voiceless, justice to the wronged, accountability to the monsters who walk among us wearing human faces. It's not enough. It's never enough. But it's something. And sometimes something is all we have. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Butcher of Lucerne. There are moments when evil doesn't announce itself with thunder. It arrives in silence, wearing the face of a neighbor, carrying groceries, smiling at children. Roger Andermatt proved that monsters don't always hide in shadows. Sometimes, they walk among us in broad daylight, and by the time we recognize them, the blood has already dried on their hands. They called him the Gentleman Killer, a man whose charm masked the soul of a predator. Between 1989 and 1991, Roger Andermatt transformed the serene streets of Lucerne, Switzerland, into a hunting ground where women vanished like smoke, only to reappear as broken dolls discarded in forests and ravines. This is the story of how a nation known for neutrality and peace became the stage for one of Europe's most vicious serial murderers. A man who didn't just take lives, he obliterated them with a savagery that still haunts investigators decades later. This is the chronicle of Roger Andermatt and the trail of shattered bodies he left behind. Roger Andermatt was born into the postcard perfection of Switzerland in 1962, arriving into a world of alpine meadows and clockwork precision. Nothing about his early years suggested the carnage that would follow. His childhood home sat along a quiet street where neighbors knew each other's names, where children played until sunset without fear, where violence seemed as foreign as tropical heat. His parents were unremarkable, a factory worker father and a homemaker mother who attended church every Sunday. They raised Roger with the same stern Swiss discipline that built a nation of order and punctuality. But behind the lace curtains and well-maintained gardens, something twisted and wrong was taking root inside the boy. Teachers described young Roger as quiet, almost invisible. He sat in the back of classrooms, completing assignments with mechanical precision but never raising his hand, never volunteering answers. His grades hovered in the middle range, neither brilliant enough to attract praise nor poor enough to warrant concern. He was the human equivalent of beige wallpaper, easily forgotten the moment he left a room. But those who looked closer saw the cracks. A schoolmate would later recall how Roger tortured insects during recess, pulling wings from flies with the concentrated focus of a surgeon, watching them struggle and die with clinical detachment. Another remembered finding a cat dead behind the gymnasium, its neck broken, and Roger standing nearby with dirt under his fingernails and something cold flickering behind his eyes. His teenage years brought no improvement. While other boys chased girls and talked about football, Roger remained isolated, spending hours alone in his bedroom or wandering the forests that surrounded Lucerne. He developed an interest in hunting, though neighbors whispered that he seemed to enjoy the killing more than the sport. The way he field-dressed deer was described as unnecessarily brutal, almost experimental, as though he were testing the limits of what flesh could endure. At 19, Roger enlisted in the Swiss military mandatory service that every young man completed. His superiors found him competent but unsettling. He followed orders with robotic efficiency, showed no fear during training exercises, and demonstrated a disturbing proficiency with knives and hand-to-hand combat. One commanding officer wrote in his evaluation, "Technically proficient but lacks empathy. Shows concerning detachment during combat simulations." After military service, Roger drifted through a series of manual labor jobs, construction sites, warehouse work, delivery driving. He was never fired but never promoted either. Co-workers described him as a ghost, someone who appeared for his shift and vanished the moment it ended. He ate lunch alone, declined invitations to after-work drinks, and never spoke about his personal life. But Roger Andermatt was watching, always watching. He studied women the way scientists study specimens, cataloging their routines, noting when they walked alone, identifying vulnerabilities. He haunted bus stops and train stations, supermarkets and shopping districts, his eyes tracking targets with predatory patience. He learned to blend into crowds, to become invisible even while standing in plain sight. His apartment reflected the emptiness inside him. Bare walls, minimal furniture, everything sterile and temporary. The only personal items were hunting magazines and topographical maps of the region surrounding Lucerne, marked with symbols and notations that would later chill police to their bones. He was planning, preparing, waiting for the right moment to transform fantasy into flesh. That moment arrived on a rain-soaked evening in March 1989. Her name was Claudia Meyer, 23 years old, a university student studying literature at the University of Lucerne. She had dark hair that fell past her shoulders, bright eyes that sparkled when she laughed, and dreams of becoming a teacher. She was walking home from the library, umbrella clutched against the downpour, completely unaware that death was following 3 steps behind. Roger had been tracking her for weeks. He knew she took the same route every Tuesday and Thursday evening. He knew she lived alone in a ground-floor apartment. He knew her bedroom window had a faulty lock. He knew everything except how she would scream. He caught her in the alley behind her building, a narrow passage that smelled of wet concrete and rotting garbage. She barely had time to gasp before his hand clamped over her mouth, his other arm crushing around her ribs, lifting her off the ground as though she weighed nothing. Her umbrella clattered to the pavement, spinning in the rain. Claudia fought with desperate strength, her nails raking his face, drawing blood. But Roger had spent years building physical power, and he dragged her backward into deeper darkness, away from streetlights and possible witnesses. Her muffled screams died against his palm as he slammed her against a brick wall, stunning her long enough to loop a rope around her throat. What happened next lasted 47 minutes, though for Claudia it must have felt like eternity stretched across every second. Roger didn't just kill her, he annihilated her humanity piece by piece. He used his fists and his knife, transforming her from a living, breathing person into something unrecognizable. The medical examiner would later count 37 distinct injuries, each inflicted while she was still conscious, still aware of what was happening. When Roger finally allowed her to die, he felt nothing resembling remorse. Instead, he experienced something closer to satisfaction, like an artist completing a particularly challenging piece. He arranged her body with disturbing care, positioning her limbs in ways that served no purpose except to demonstrate his complete control over her final moments. He left her there in the rain, her blood washing down the alley toward the storm drains, mixing with water and disappearing into the city's underground veins. Then he walked home through empty streets, stopping at a late-night bakery to buy bread, nodding politely to the clerk, looking for all the world like any other ordinary citizen ending an ordinary day. Claudia Meyer was discovered at dawn by a janitor taking out trash. His screams brought residents running, and within minutes, police sirens were splitting the morning air. Detectives arrived to find a crime scene so savage it defied immediate comprehension. Blood painted the walls in arterial sprays. The violence visited upon Claudia spoke of rage beyond measure, hatred beyond understanding. Lead Detective Werner Schultz had been with Lucerne police for 18 years. He'd worked murders before, domestic disputes that turned lethal, bar fights gone wrong, even a bank robbery that ended with a security guard shot dead. But this was different. This was calculated brutality, methodical destruction. This was someone who had enjoyed every moment. "Gott im Himmel," Schultz whispered, staring at what remained of Claudia Meyer. "What kind of animal does this?" The answer was already planning his next hunt. Roger returned to work the following morning as though nothing had changed. He operated a forklift at a warehouse, moving pallets with the same mechanical efficiency he brought to everything. When coworkers mentioned the murder, news was spreading through Lucerne like wildfire. Roger expressed appropriate shock and concern. He shook his head sadly, commented on how terrible the world was becoming, and returned to his duties. But inside, he was already thinking about the next one. The kill had awakened something insatiable inside him. Where before he'd fantasized, now he'd tasted reality, and reality was infinitely more satisfying than imagination. The power he'd felt, the absolute control, the transformation of a living person into empty meat. It was intoxicating, addictive, necessary. He began planning immediately, refining his methods, identifying new targets. This time he would be smarter, more careful. This time he would leave even less evidence. Claudia Meyer's murder dominated local news for weeks. Police conducted hundreds of interviews, examined countless tips, worked around the clock to find her killer. But Roger had been careful. He'd worn gloves, left no fingerprints, taken clothing and disposed of it in a public incinerator. Forensic technology in 1989 was primitive compared to modern standards. No DNA databases, limited surveillance cameras, no cell phone tracking. Detective Schultz felt the investigation slipping through his fingers like water. Every lead evaporated under scrutiny. Every suspect had alibis. The crime seemed almost impossible in its lack of evidence, as though Claudia's killer had materialized from thin air, committed murder, and vanished back into nothingness. 6 weeks after Claudia's death, police held a press conference asking the public for information. They released sketches based on composite descriptions. A tall man, average build, unremarkable features. Could have been anyone. Could have been everyone. Roger watched the press conference from his apartment, a beer in his hand, and smiled. 3 months passed. Summer arrived, bringing tourists to Lucerne, filling the streets with strangers. The investigation into Claudia Meyer's murder grew cold, filed among other unsolved cases, occasionally reviewed but yielding nothing new. Detectives moved on to fresh crimes, though Werner Schultz kept the case file on his desk, returning to it during quiet moments, convinced the killer would surface again. He was right. Her name was Stephanie Koch, 19 years old, working as a waitress while attending culinary school. She had blonde hair cut short, freckles across her nose, and an infectious laugh that made customers tip generously. She dreamed of opening her own restaurant someday, specializing in traditional Swiss cuisine with modern interpretations. Roger had been watching her for months, observing her patterns with the patience of a spider spinning webs. He knew she finished work at midnight on Thursdays, walking home through less traveled streets to save time. He knew she sometimes stopped at a convenience store for cigarettes. He knew she lived with 2 roommates who worked night shifts and wouldn't notice her absence until morning. He took her on a July night thick with humidity, the air pressing down like a physical weight. Stephanie was cutting through a municipal park, a decision that saved her perhaps 5 minutes but cost her everything. Roger emerged from the trees like a nightmare given form, moving with frightening speed, overwhelming her before she could scream. This time he was more prepared, more controlled. He had a vehicle parked nearby, a nondescript van purchased with cash from a seller who asked no questions. He dragged Stephanie inside, bound and gagged, her eyes wide with terror, and drove to a location he'd scouted weeks earlier, an abandoned maintenance building near the outskirts of Lucerne, far from curious eyes and ears. What Roger did to Stephanie Koch over the next 3 hours defied human comprehension. He used implements purchased from hardware stores and hunting supply shops, tools designed for innocent purposes transformed into instruments of agony. He took his time, experimenting, pushing boundaries, discovering exactly how much damage a human body could sustain while consciousness remained. Stephanie begged through her gag, tears streaming down her face, her mind fracturing under waves of pain that shouldn't have been survivable. But Roger kept her alive through it all, administering crude first aid when necessary to prevent her from bleeding out too quickly, wanting to extend the experience for as long as possible. When he finally ended it, when even his appetite for suffering was temporarily sated, he felt the same hollow satisfaction as before, coupled with an immediate hunger for more. The intervals between kills were shortening, the need growing stronger. He disposed of Stephanie's body in a ravine 20 kilometers from Lucerne, covering it with branches and underbrush. Animals would find her eventually, he knew, which would complicate forensic analysis. Everything he did was calculated to frustrate investigation, to preserve his freedom to continue hunting. Stephanie Koch was reported missing when she failed to appear for her culinary school class. Her roommates told police she'd never come home from work. Detectives canvassed her route, finding her backpack discarded near the park entrance, but nothing else. Days became weeks, became months, and Stephanie remained missing. One more young woman who had simply vanished into darkness. Detective Schultz reviewed the case with growing dread. The circumstances were different, but the outcome felt familiar. Another young woman disappeared without trace, in a city that had always been safe, always been peaceful. He couldn't shake the feeling that these cases were connected, even though the evidence didn't support it. Claudia had been found immediately, killed where she fell. Stephanie had vanished completely. Different methodologies, different outcomes. But Schultz trusted his instincts, and his instincts screamed that the same predator was responsible. Roger was evolving, learning, perfecting his craft. He was becoming the thing he'd always been meant to be. A perfect killer, invisible and unstoppable, taking lives with the casual ease of breathing. And Lucerne, despite all its beauty and order, was becoming his personal slaughterhouse. The autumn of 1989 brought cooling temperatures and golden leaves, and it also brought body number 3. Anna Hoffman was 28 years old, a graphic designer for an advertising firm, known for her artistic talent and warm personality. She had auburn hair she wore in a practical ponytail, green eyes that missed nothing, an apartment filled with her own paintings, vibrant abstracts that suggested an inner world of color and joy. She jogged every morning before work, following trails through the forested hills surrounding Lucerne, enjoying solitude and natural beauty. Roger had observed this routine for 3 weeks, timing his own morning walks to coincide with hers, always staying at a distance, never approaching, just cataloging information. He noted how she ran with headphones, lost in music, vulnerable to approach from behind. He noted the isolated stretches where other joggers rarely appeared. He noted everything. On October 15th, as fog rolled through the valleys and muffled sound, Roger made his move. He positioned himself along Anna's usual route, concealed behind dense undergrowth, controlling his breathing, waiting with the stillness of a hunting cat. When she jogged past, her ponytail swinging, shoes crunching leaves, he exploded from cover with terrifying speed. Anna was physically fit and fought with genuine strength, landing kicks that bruised Roger's shins, throwing elbows that caught his ribs. But surprise gave him the advantage he needed. He tackled her off the trail, dragging her deeper into the woods as she screamed and thrashed, her headphones ripping free, music still playing faintly from the disconnected earbuds. Roger had brought a tire iron this time, and he used it to break Anna's resistance. A single calculated blow to her temple that stunned her into semi-consciousness, leaving her aware but unable to coordinate defense. He bound her wrists with zip ties, gagged her with duct tape, and hoisted her over his shoulder like a hunter carrying a deer. His van was parked at a nearby maintenance access road, invisible from the main trail. He dumped Anna inside and drove to his prepared location. A different abandoned building this time, a former agricultural depot with concrete floors and walls thick enough to muffle sound. What Roger did to Anna Hoffman lasted 6 hours. He had refined his methodology, learned from previous experiences, developed techniques to maximize suffering while prolonging life. He had medical supplies purchased from pharmacies across multiple cities, including stimulants to prevent loss of consciousness and coagulants to control bleeding. He approached torture with the mindset of a craftsman perfecting his art. Anna endured torments that should have killed her multiple times over. Roger broke bones methodically, starting with fingers and toes, working toward larger structures. He used his knife with surgical precision, creating wounds that maximized pain while avoiding major arteries. He burned her with heated metal, cut her with various implements, violated her dignity in ways that reduced humanity to worthless meat. Through it all, he remained emotionally detached, observing her suffering with clinical interest, taking mental notes about which techniques produced the most satisfying reactions. He wasn't angry at Anna. She was simply raw material for his dark education, a canvas on which he painted with agony. When death finally came for Anna Hoffman, it arrived as mercy, releasing her from a body that had become nothing but a vessel of pain. Roger stood over her corpse feeling neither regret nor satisfaction, just the cold certainty that he would need to do this again soon. The hunger was already returning, stronger than before. He cleaned the scene with bleach and industrial solvents, removing trace evidence with paranoid thoroughness. He loaded Anna's body into plastic sheeting and transported it to yet another disposal site, a deep lake 40 kilometers away, weighting the package with chains and cinder blocks before pushing it into dark water that swallowed it without trace. Anna Hoffman was reported missing that afternoon when she failed to appear for an important client meeting. Her car was found at the trailhead, her apartment locked. Her life simply stopped mid-sentence. Police organized search parties that combed the forests for days, finding nothing except her headphones tangled in brush, battery dead, music silenced forever. Detective Schultz now had 3 missing or murdered young women in 18 months, and his department was drowning in public pressure. Lucerne's reputation as one of Switzerland's safest cities was collapsing. Tourism was declining. Residents were purchasing security systems and avoiding going out after dark. Fear was becoming the city's new normal. A task force was established, combining resources from cantonal and federal police. Criminal profilers were consulted, a relatively new discipline in Switzerland at the time. They constructed a profile of the killer. Male, between 25 and 40, physically strong, organized and methodical, likely employed in a job requiring manual labor, possibly with military or hunting background, living alone, socially isolated. It was accurate in every detail, but it also described thousands of men living in and around Lucerne. Roger continued working at his warehouse job, continued blending into the background of ordinary life. Co-workers noticed nothing unusual about him. His landlord described him as a perfect tenant, quiet, clean, never late with rent. His neighbors barely knew he existed, but the hunger inside him was intensifying, the intervals between kills shortening. 3 months after Anna, he took victim number 4. Isabella Brunner, 31, a bank teller engaged to be married, planning a wedding for the following spring. She had dark eyes that sparkled with happiness, and a laugh her fiancé said could light up rooms. She was shopping for wedding invitations at a stationery store when Roger first saw her, and something about her joy offended him on a primal level. Happiness had always been alien to him, and seeing it in others triggered a need to extinguish it. He followed her for days, learning her routines, identifying opportunities. Isabella was cautious. The recent disappearances had made all women in Lucerne vigilant, but caution has limits. Eventually, everyone lets their guard down, and Roger was expert at identifying those moments. He took her from an underground parking garage, waiting in her assigned space, hiding between vehicles until she arrived. The attack was swift and brutal, a chloroform-soaked cloth over her nose and mouth, her struggles weakening as consciousness fled, her body going limp in his arms. This time Roger brought her to his apartment, a calculated risk born of escalating confidence. He'd soundproofed a section of his basement storage area, creating a chamber specifically designed for his needs. Concrete walls, drain in the floor, industrial strength locks, completely isolated from neighboring units. Isabella Brunner's final hours were spent in that underground hell, subjected to degradations that tested the limits of human endurance. Roger had expanded his toolkit, incorporating implements designed specifically for maximum pain, studying texts on anatomy to identify nerve clusters and pain centers. He treated torture as a science, constantly innovating, always seeking new frontiers of suffering. Isabella begged for death long before Roger granted it. She prayed to gods who didn't answer, called out for family who couldn't hear, and eventually retreated into catatonic silence, her mind abandoning a body that had become too terrible to inhabit. When Roger finally killed her, a single efficient knife thrust to the base of her skull. It was almost anticlimactic, the ending of a symphony that had reached its natural conclusion. He dissolved her body in a bathtub using industrial chemicals purchased through his warehouse connections, reducing flesh and bone to sludge that he flushed down drains over several days. It was messy, time-consuming work, but it eliminated physical evidence completely. Isabella Brunner simply ceased to exist, vanishing as though she'd never been born. Her fiancé reported her missing after she failed to come home. Her car was found in the parking garage, purse still inside, keys missing. Security cameras showed her arriving, but no footage of departure. Roger had carefully avoided camera coverage, aware of their locations and blind spots. Police had no leads, no evidence, no direction to pursue. The task force was now investigating 4 cases with growing desperation. Federal pressure was mounting. The Swiss government, embarrassed by serial murder in a nation that prided itself on safety and order, demanded results. But results required evidence, and Roger left none. Profilers refined their assessment. The killer was escalating, both in frequency and brutality. The sophistication of the crimes suggested someone intelligent, detail-oriented, patient. He was likely keeping trophies, items taken from victims to relive experiences. He was definitely planning to kill again. They were right on every count. Roger's apartment contained a locked closet filled with mementos, jewelry, clothing, identification cards, locks of hair. He would sit among these items during long evenings, touching them, remembering, reliving each kill in vivid detail. The memories sustained him between hunts, but they also stoked the hunger, making him crave fresh experiences, new victims, more pain to witness and catalog. Spring 1990 brought warming temperatures and victim number 5. Her name was Martina Keller, 25, a kindergarten teacher beloved by children and parents alike. She had brown curls that bounced when she walked, and a smile that suggested fundamental kindness. She volunteered at homeless shelters on weekends, donated significant portions of her modest salary to charity, and represented everything good that still existed in a world Roger had written off as meaningless. He took her on a Saturday afternoon, snatching her from a hiking trail where she'd gone to enjoy spring wildflowers. This time he used a stun gun, technology he'd researched carefully, dropping her to the ground in convulsing agony before she could scream. He dragged her to his van and drove to a remote cabin he'd rented under a false name, paying cash, avoiding any paper trail. Martina Keller's ordeal lasted 2 full days. Roger pushed boundaries he hadn't previously explored, testing how long he could keep someone conscious through escalating trauma, studying the point where pain became so overwhelming that the mind simply broke. He documented everything in a journal written in coded language, creating a chronicle of atrocity that he reviewed like a scientist analyzing experimental data. Martina prayed constantly during her imprisonment, whispering desperate prayers even as Roger worked on her with terrible focus. Her faith never wavered, even as her body failed, even as death approached with agonizing slowness. In the end, she died with a prayer on her lips, and Roger felt nothing watching her final breath rattle out. He buried her in the forest near the cabin, digging deep, covering the grave with natural materials that would be indistinguishable from surrounding terrain within weeks. Then he burned the cabin to the ground, eliminating any forensic evidence, and returned to Lucerne as though returning from an ordinary weekend trip. Martina was reported missing Monday morning when she didn't show up for work. Her students made cards hoping for her safe return. Her parents appeared on television pleading for information. But Martina was already cold earth, her prayers unanswered, her kindness extinguished. Detective Schultz was now investigating 5 disappearances or murders in just over 2 years. The pattern was undeniable. A serial killer operating with impunity, growing more confident, taking victims with increasing frequency. But without physical evidence linking the crimes, without witnesses, without forensic breakthroughs, the investigation was stalling. Public panic reached fever pitch. Women traveled in groups, carried weapons, demanded police protection. The media dubbed the unknown killer the Lucerne Phantom, a name that suggested supernatural power, something beyond human evil. But Roger Andermatt was entirely human. That was what made him so terrifying. Summer brought victim 6, then 7. Both were sex workers, women whose disappearances received less media attention, whose cases generated fewer resources. Roger had noticed this disparity and exploited it, targeting victims the system valued less, knowing investigations would be less intensive. Their names were Sonia and Petra, and their deaths were no less brutal for being less publicized. Roger killed them with the same methodical creativity, the same clinical detachment, the same insatiable hunger. Their bodies were never found, their families left with nothing but absence and grief. By autumn 1991, Roger had killed 11 women. His methodology had been refined to near perfection. He varied his approach, never repeating the same pattern, selecting victims from different demographics, disposing of bodies using different methods. He was chaos incarnate, impossible to predict, impossible to catch. The task force had expanded to over 50 investigators, but they were pursuing shadows. Every lead evaporated, every suspect was eliminated, every theory collapsed under scrutiny. Switzerland, orderly, efficient, safe Switzerland, was being terrorized by a killer who seemed genuinely unstoppable. But perfect crimes don't exist. Everyone makes mistakes eventually, and Roger Andermatt was about to make his. November 1991 arrived cold and gray, coating Lucerne in early snow. The city felt subdued, traumatized, as though collective fear had settled over it like fog. Women avoided going out alone. Businesses closed early. The cheerful tourist destination had transformed into something nervous and watchful, beauty overlaid with dread. Roger felt invincible. He'd killed 11 times without consequence, moving through society like a ghost, untouchable and unknown. The task force investigating the murders had made no meaningful progress. The media speculation had grown wild with theories: organized crime, international trafficking rings, satanic cults. But none touched the simple truth that an unremarkable warehouse worker was responsible for everything. His confidence had grown proportional to his body count. He took fewer precautions, allowed himself small indulgences, began to believe he'd achieved some kind of perfect criminal methodology that placed him beyond detection. Pride was eroding caution, and pride destroys even the most careful predator. Victim 12 was supposed to be routine. Her name was Beatrice Zurcher, 33, a lawyer specializing in family law. She was intelligent, observant, cautious, exactly the wrong type of target for someone growing careless. She'd followed news of the disappearances closely, taken self-defense courses, varied her routines deliberately to avoid patterns. But Roger had been watching for weeks, convinced he'd identified vulnerabilities. Beatrice visited her elderly mother every Thursday evening, a weekly ritual of duty and love. She always parked on the same street, walked the same path to the apartment building, stayed approximately 2 hours, then drove home. On November 14th, Roger positioned himself along that route, confident this would be kill number 12, another successful hunt to add to his collection. What he didn't know was that Beatrice had a friend following at a distance, another lawyer who'd agreed to shadow her after Beatrice expressed concern about recent events. The friend was driving a nondescript sedan, staying well back, just close enough to intervene if anything happened. When Roger emerged from concealment and grabbed Beatrice, looping rope around her throat and dragging her toward his van, he was so focused on his victim that he failed to notice the sedan screeching to a halt, the driver leaping out screaming. The friend's name was Marcus Dreyer, a large man who'd played rugby in university and still maintained athletic fitness. He crashed into Roger like a freight train, breaking the killer's grip on Beatrice and sending both men sprawling across ice-slicked pavement. For the first time in his killing career, Roger faced genuine physical opposition. Marcus was younger, stronger, and fighting to protect someone he cared about. Advantages that Roger's sadism couldn't overcome. They grappled violently, trading punches, rolling across the street as Beatrice scrambled away screaming for help. Roger reached for the knife he always carried, but Marcus saw the motion and grabbed his wrist, twisting until Roger's grip broke and the blade clattered away. Then Marcus rained down punches, breaking Roger's nose, splitting his lip, beating him with righteous fury until the fight simply went out of the killer. By the time police arrived, summoned by multiple neighbors who'd heard the commotion, Roger was bleeding and semi-conscious, held down by Marcus Dreyer's weight. Beatrice was safe, shaking but unharmed, providing a detailed statement about the attempted abduction. Roger Andermatt was arrested on suspicion of attempted kidnapping. Officers cuffed him and loaded him into a patrol car, and as they drove toward the station, Roger remained silent, his mind racing through implications and contingencies. This was a disaster, but not necessarily catastrophic. It was his first arrest, his record was clean, and attempted kidnapping, while serious, wouldn't necessarily connect him to the murders. He'd lawyer up, keep quiet, serve whatever sentence came, and return to hunting once released. The hunger could wait a few years. He'd survived worse. But Roger had fundamentally misunderstood modern forensic science and the determination of investigators who'd been chasing shadows for 3 years. At the police station, Detective Werner Schultz learned of the arrest with immediate interest. An attempted abduction matching the profile of previous disappearances, committed by a man who fit the psychological profile almost perfectly. This could be the break they'd been desperately seeking. Schultz ordered comprehensive forensic examination of Roger's van, his apartment, his workplace locker. He assembled his entire task force, briefing them with barely contained excitement. They'd been frustrated so long, chasing a ghost, and now they finally had a suspect in custody. The forensics team worked through the night, and what they discovered exceeded the worst nightmares. Roger's van, despite multiple cleanings, retained trace evidence. Microscopic blood spatters in crevices, hair fragments caught in ventilation ducts, fabric fibers that would later match victims' clothing. His apartment revealed the trophy closet, filled with items taken from victims, each piece carefully preserved and labeled with dates. His coded journal documented every kill in explicit detail, a serial killer's autobiography written in symbols that cryptographers would eventually decode. Most damning was forensic analysis of his storage area. Roger had cleaned thoroughly, but modern forensic technology could detect blood presence even after extensive cleaning. Luminol revealed arterial spray patterns on walls he'd painted over. Drain traps contained microscopic tissue fragments. The concrete floor showed indentations consistent with restraint anchors. As evidence mounted, Detective Schultz felt simultaneous horror and vindication. Horror at the scale of what they'd uncovered. This wasn't just the suspected 5 or 6 victims. This was potentially double that number. Vindication that his instincts had been correct all along, that a single killer had been responsible, that they'd finally found him. Roger was interrogated for 14 hours straight, detectives rotating in and out, presenting evidence, demanding answers. He maintained silence initially, following legal advice, but as the evidence accumulated, as investigators described each item recovered, each forensic finding, each piece of the case they were building, his composure began cracking. Pride proved his undoing once again. Roger couldn't stand listening to investigators describe his crimes with imperfect understanding. They were getting details wrong, making assumptions that didn't match reality, and it offended him on some fundamental level. He'd committed these murders with such care, such creativity, and now they were reducing his work to crude simplifications. He started correcting them, small details at first, but each correction revealed more knowledge of crimes he supposedly had no connection to. Skilled interrogators recognized the opening and exploited it ruthlessly, feeding Roger's ego, encouraging him to elaborate, guiding him toward full confession. By dawn, Roger Andermatt had confessed to 11 murders in detail that could only come from the killer himself. He described each victim, each method, each disposal site. He spoke with eerie detachment, as though discussing someone else's crimes, showing no remorse or emotional recognition of the devastation he'd caused. The nation reacted with shock and rage. Newspaper headlines screamed about the monster who'd hidden among ordinary citizens. Television news provided around-the-clock coverage showing Roger's face, unremarkable, average, exactly the kind of person who could stand next to you on a bus without attracting notice, alongside photos of his victims, beautiful young women whose lives had been stolen. Recovery operations began immediately. Teams excavated the forest sites Roger identified, finding remains that confirmed his confessions. The lake was dredged, recovering weighted remains. The burned cabin site was examined, yielding bone fragments and dental records that matched missing persons reports. Families finally had answers, though the answers brought fresh anguish. The women they'd loved, the daughters and sisters and fiancées, had died in unimaginable agony at the hands of a man who'd felt nothing killing them. There would be no closure, only the terrible certainty of what had happened. Roger was charged with 11 counts of first-degree murder, multiple counts of kidnapping, torture, and other crimes. The prosecution built a case so overwhelming that conviction seemed certain. But Swiss law required formal proceedings, detailed presentation of evidence, exhaustive legal process. While awaiting trial, Roger was held in maximum security, isolated from other prisoners for his own protection. Inmates have their own justice system, and child predators and serial killers rank lowest in that hierarchy. Roger spent his days in a small cell, his nights reliving his crimes in memory, the hunger still gnawing at him despite the impossibility of ever feeding it again. He showed no signs of mental illness that might support an insanity defense. Psychiatric evaluations described him as having severe antisocial personality disorder, complete lack of empathy, and narcissistic traits, but he understood right from wrong, could control his behavior, and planned his crimes with rational calculation. He was legally sane, just profoundly evil. The trial began in March 1992, conducted in a high-security courtroom with unprecedented media attention. Cameras were prohibited, but journalists filled every available seat, broadcasting developments to a nation hungry for justice. The prosecution presented their case with methodical thoroughness. Forensic evidence, confessions, victim impact statements from grieving families. They painted Roger as a monster who'd exploited Switzerland's peaceful nature to hunt women like prey, who'd killed without remorse or mercy, who deserved the harshest punishment available under law. Roger's defense attorneys, court-appointed, as he had no resources to hire private counsel, attempted mitigation arguments based on childhood trauma and psychological deficits. But Roger himself undermined these efforts, showing obvious boredom during testimony, occasionally smirking when particularly brutal details were presented, demonstrating the same cold detachment he'd shown throughout his killing career. The trial lasted 6 weeks, every day revealing fresh horrors. Forensic pathologists testified about injuries found on recovered remains, describing the systematic torture each victim endured. Detectives walked the court through investigative timelines, explaining how Roger had evaded detection for so long. Family members delivered victim impact statements, their voices breaking as they described the women Roger had destroyed, their dreams, their kindness, their future stolen. Throughout it all, Roger sat impassive, occasionally taking notes, sometimes whispering to his attorneys, never showing the slightest indication of remorse. Court observers described him as unervingly calm, as though attending someone else's trial, completely disconnected from the magnitude of his crimes. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. Guilty on all counts. Switzerland had abolished the death penalty decades earlier, so Roger faced the maximum sentence available, life imprisonment without possibility of parole. The judge, a stern woman named Margarethe Fischer who'd presided over criminal cases for 20 years, delivered the sentence with barely controlled fury. "Roger Andermatt," she stated, her voice echoing through the silent courtroom, "you have committed acts of such depravity that they challenge our understanding of human nature. You hunted women like animals, tortured them beyond comprehension, and discarded them as though their lives held no value. You showed no mercy, and you will receive none. You will spend every remaining day of your existence behind bars. Isolated from society, you proved yourself unfit to inhabit. May you live long enough to fully contemplate the evil you've committed." Roger showed no reaction to the sentence. He simply stood when instructed, allowed officers to lead him away, and disappeared into Switzerland's prison system to serve a sentence that would only end with his death. But the damage he'd inflicted would outlast him by generations. The immediate aftermath of Roger Andermatt's conviction brought no sense of relief to Lucerne, only exhausted recognition that the nightmare had finally ended. The city had been traumatized in ways both visible and subtle. Women who still refused to go out alone years later, parents who wouldn't let teenage daughters walk anywhere without escort, a collective loss of innocence that couldn't be restored through court proceedings or prison sentences. The families of Roger's victims faced their own particular hell. They'd spent months or years not knowing what happened to their loved ones, suspended between hope and despair, and now they knew, and the knowing was almost worse than the uncertainty. They learned exactly how their daughters, sisters, fiancés had died, the specific tortures endured, the length of suffering before death arrived as mercy. Claudia Meyer's mother never recovered. She'd been a vibrant woman before her daughter's murder, active in community organizations, known for her laughter and warmth. After Roger's trial, she became a ghost haunting her own life, sitting by windows staring at nothing, speaking rarely, dying inside while her body continued its biological functions. She passed away from a heart attack 3 years after Roger's conviction, and those who knew her said she died of a broken heart that finally stopped beating. Stephanie Koch's father testified during sentencing about finding his daughter's journals after her disappearance, reading her dreams and hopes and plans for the future that would never arrive. He described the specific agony of not knowing for 2 years whether she was alive somewhere, possibly held captive, possibly still suffering, before Roger's confession confirmed she was dead. He asked the court, "How do you grieve properly when first you must imagine every possible horror before learning the actual horror exceeded imagination?" Isabella Brunner's fiancé never married. He kept their apartment exactly as it had been when she disappeared. Wedding invitations still scattered across the dining room table where they'd been reviewing designs the night before Roger took her. Friends who visited described it as a shrine to absence, every object positioned to suggest Isabella might return any moment. He maintained this memorial for 15 years before finally accepting she was truly gone and would never walk through that door again. Anna Hoffman's parents established a foundation in her memory, funding self-defense classes for women and supporting victims' rights organizations. They channeled grief into action, determined that Anna's artistic spirit, her creativity and joy, would be remembered for more than how she died. But those close to them witnessed private moments when the activity ceased and they simply wept, overcome by loss that time couldn't diminish. Martina Keller's students, kindergartners who'd adored their teacher, grew up carrying absence as part of their childhood memories. Some remembered her clearly, her patience and kindness, her ability to make learning feel like play. Others retained only vague impressions, feelings more than images, but all of them absorbed the lesson that bad things happen to good people for no reason, that evil exists and sometimes wins. The sex workers Roger murdered, Sonia and Petra and others, were mourned by smaller circles but no less deeply. They had families who loved them, friends who missed them, lives that mattered despite society's tendency to value them less. Their deaths received less media attention, but their absence created voids just as vast as any other victims. Detective Werner Schultz retired 18 months after Roger's conviction, exhausted by 3 years of hunting a killer and haunted by the question of whether earlier action could have saved some victims. He'd followed every lead, worked countless overtime hours, done everything within his power, but 11 women still died on his watch. He moved to a rural village, stopped reading newspapers, avoided television news, trying to find peace that always remained slightly out of reach. The task force disbanded, investigators returning to regular duties, carrying scars invisible to outside observers. Several sought counseling for trauma symptoms, nightmares featuring crime scene photographs, intrusive thoughts about victim suffering, hypervigilance when seeing women alone. They'd stared into human darkness, and it had marked them permanently. Switzerland as a nation underwent collective soul-searching. How had a serial killer operated for 3 years in one of the world's safest countries? What systemic failures allowed Roger to keep hunting? The government commissioned reports, analyzing investigative procedures, identifying areas for improvement, implementing reforms designed to prevent future Rogers from slipping through cracks. Enhanced coordination between cantonal police forces was established, creating better information sharing about suspicious patterns. Forensic capabilities were expanded, laboratories upgraded with cutting-edge technology. Training protocols for recognizing serial predator behavior were developed and distributed to every police department. But bureaucratic changes couldn't address the deeper psychological wound, the recognition that Switzerland's carefully constructed order was an illusion, that monsters could emerge anywhere, that safety was a comfortable myth shattered by one man's capacity for evil. Roger Andermatt settled into prison routine with the same mechanical efficiency he'd brought to everything. He woke at designated times, attended mandatory activities, followed institutional rules with robotic compliance. Prison officials described him as a model inmate, quiet, non-confrontational, causing no disciplinary problems. But this compliance was purely surface performance. Inside his mind, Roger remained exactly what he'd always been. He spent endless hours reliving his crimes in vivid detail, experiencing them again and again in memory, the only satisfaction now available to him. He harbored no regrets about what he'd done, only frustration that he'd been stopped before finishing what he'd started. Other prisoners learned quickly to avoid him. Despite his compliance with rules, something deeply wrong radiated from Roger, an absence of normal human warmth that even hardened criminals found unsettling. He ate meals alone, exercised alone, spent recreation time alone by choice and circumstance. He was isolated within isolation, exactly where he belonged. Psychiatrists who evaluated Roger during his imprisonment found him clinically fascinating and morally repugnant. He demonstrated textbook psychopathy, grandiose sense of self-worth, pathological lying, manipulativeness, lack of remorse or guilt, shallow affect, lack of empathy, failure to accept responsibility. But knowing the diagnosis didn't make him less dangerous or more understandable. During one evaluation, a psychiatrist asked Roger if he understood why what he'd done was wrong. Roger responded, "I understand that society considers it wrong. I understand laws exist prohibiting it. I understand most people would feel guilt or shame. But those are abstract concepts to me, words without emotional content. When I killed those women, I felt nothing except satisfaction at successfully completing difficult tasks. You might as well ask a shark why it feels no guilt eating fish." The psychiatrist noted in his report, "Subject displays profound inability to comprehend morality beyond intellectual recognition of social rules. He understands consequences but not ethics, punishment but not wrongdoing. He is perhaps the clearest example I've encountered of a human being completely lacking the neurological and psychological structures that generate conscience." Roger's case became studied in criminal psychology programs worldwide, an example of pure predatory psychopathy uncomplicated by mitigating factors. He became case study number whatever, his name appearing in textbooks and academic papers, his crimes reduced to data points illustrating theoretical concepts. But to the families of his victims, he remained nightmarishly real, the specific man who'd killed their specific loved ones in specific ways, not an abstraction but an ongoing source of pain. Some families attended every parole hearing despite knowing Roger would never be released. Swiss law required periodic review of life sentences, meaningless formalities in Roger's case but opportunities for victims' families to confront him with their ongoing grief. They would sit across from him in hearing rooms and describe how his actions continued devastating them years later, how he'd murdered not just 11 women but also destroyed countless others who survived loving them. Roger would listen with the same flat effect he displayed everywhere, occasionally nodding as though acknowledging factual statements about weather or traffic, never showing recognition that he'd caused this suffering or that it mattered in any meaningful way. Parole boards unanimously denied release every single time, usually within minutes of convening. Roger Andermatt would never breathe free air again, never walk city streets, never have opportunity to feed the hunger that still gnawed at him behind prison walls. In 2003, 12 years into his sentence, Roger granted a rare interview to a criminal psychology researcher studying serial killers. The transcript makes for chilling reading. Roger spoke about his crimes with the detachment of a craftsman discussing past projects, using technical language to describe torture and murder, expressing mild regret that he'd been caught before completing his research into human pain thresholds. The interviewer asked if Roger ever thought about his victims as people, their families, their dreams, their value as human beings. Roger paused, genuinely confused by the question, then responded, "That would be like asking a butcher if he considers the cow's family when preparing meat. They served a purpose. Their purpose was satisfying my needs. Why would I consider irrelevant factors?" The interviewer noted feeling physically ill during this exchange, confronting someone so fundamentally disconnected from normal human emotional architecture. The interview was published in an academic journal, sanitized and contextualized with extensive commentary, but even clinical language couldn't fully convey the horror of Roger's worldview. A universe where other people existed only as objects to manipulate or destroy, where empathy was an alien concept, where morality was simply rules imposed by weaker individuals on natural predators. As years accumulated, Roger aged behind bars, his hair graying, his body weakening, time slowly grinding him down as it grinds everyone. But the essential wrongness inside him never diminished. Guards who'd watched him for decades reported that his eyes remained the same: cold, calculating, empty of anything resembling human warmth. In 2015, one of Roger's attorneys attempted to have his sentence reviewed based on arguments about cruel and unusual punishment, claiming that life without parole violated human rights conventions. The Swiss Supreme Court rejected this appeal immediately, stating, "The defendant committed acts of such extreme depravity that permanent removal from society is not merely justified but morally required." His victims were denied any possibility of mercy or release, and so shall he be. Media coverage of this attempted appeal reopened wounds for victims' families, forcing them to relive trauma they'd been managing to contain. Several appeared on television expressing fury that Roger would dare claim his rights were being violated when he'd violated his victims' most fundamental right: the right to live. Public sentiment overwhelmingly supported keeping Roger imprisoned forever. Opinion polls showed 97% of Swiss citizens believed life without parole was appropriate for his crimes, with many expressing wish that harsher punishments were available. Roger had become a rare point of national consensus. Everyone agreed he represented evil that deserved permanent isolation. Various true crime documentaries featured Roger's case over the years, each trying to understand how an unremarkable warehouse worker became one of Switzerland's most notorious serial killers. They interviewed investigators, forensic specialists, psychologists, victims' families, constructing narratives that sought to explain the inexplicable. But none of these documentaries truly succeeded in making Roger comprehensible. They could catalog his crimes, analyze his psychology, trace his methodologies, but they couldn't answer the fundamental question: why? What creates someone capable of torturing people to death without feeling anything except satisfaction? What combination of genetics and environment produces that particular monster? The truth, uncomfortable as it was, seemed to be that some questions have no satisfying answers. Roger wasn't created by childhood trauma. His upbringing was unremarkable. He wasn't responding to voices or delusions. Psychiatric evaluations found no evidence of psychosis. He wasn't driven by ideology or belief system. His crimes were purely about personal gratification. He simply was what he was: a predator wearing human skin, something that should have remained in evolutionary history but occasionally still emerges, proving that civilization is a thin veneer over much darker possibilities. By 2020, Roger had spent 28 years in prison. He was 58 years old, developing the health problems that come with age and sedentary incarceration. Prison medical staff treated him for high blood pressure, diabetes, arthritis, the mundane afflictions of aging that affect monsters same as anyone else. Other inmates who'd been incarcerated when Roger arrived were now being released after serving their sentences, reintegrating into society, attempting to build new lives. But Roger remained, and would remain until death finally arrived to deliver the sentence that Swiss law couldn't impose. Guards reported that Roger had become increasingly withdrawn in recent years, spending most of his time in his cell, rarely engaging in conversation, existing more than living. Whether this represented depression, resignation, or simply continued emotional emptiness was unclear. Roger had never been forthcoming about his internal states. The families of his victims continued carrying their losses. Some had rebuilt lives around the absence, finding ways to function despite permanent scars. Others remained trapped in grief, unable to fully move forward, defined by loss in ways that couldn't be escaped. Each anniversary of disappearances or deaths brought fresh pain. Each birthday their lost loved ones would have celebrated was a reminder of futures stolen. Claudia Meyer would have been 54 years old in 2020, possibly a grandmother, maybe teaching at university like she'd dreamed. Stephanie Koch would have been 50, perhaps running the restaurant she'd planned, creating the fusion cuisine she'd imagined. Isabella Brunner would have been 59, maybe retired from banking, traveling with the husband she never got to marry. Anna Hoffman would have been 59 as well, her paintings perhaps displayed in galleries, her artistic vision matured and refined. All of these futures died with them in forests and ravines and basement chambers, erased by one man's hunger for inflicting pain. In 2023, Roger developed stage 4 pancreatic cancer, a diagnosis with grim prognosis. He declined treatment, refusing chemotherapy or radiation, accepting death with the same flat effect he'd shown toward everything. Prison officials made arrangements for end-of-life care, converting a cell into a hospice space, preparing for the inevitable. Some victims' families expressed satisfaction that Roger would die in pain, experiencing a fraction of what he'd inflicted. Others felt nothing. His death wouldn't return their loved ones, wouldn't erase the past, wouldn't provide the closure that doesn't actually exist outside of fiction. Roger Andermatt died on September 7th, 2024, alone in a prison hospital room, surrounded by guards rather than family, mourned by no one. He was 62 years old, having spent 32 years incarcerated, longer than some of his victims had lived total lives. His death received minimal media coverage, a few paragraphs noting the passing of a notorious criminal, brief reminders of his crimes, confirmation that he died in custody. There was no funeral, no memorial service, no one to claim his remains. He was cremated at state expense, his ashes disposed of without ceremony, as forgotten as he'd wanted his victims to be. The official file on Roger Andermatt's crimes was closed, marked inactive, stored in archives where it would gather dust alongside thousands of other cases. The physical evidence, forensic samples, trial documents, collected materials, were cataloged and warehoused according to retention policies, preserved for potential future reference but unlikely to ever be reviewed again. But the damage Roger inflicted continued rippling outward. The children of his victims grew up without mothers. The grandchildren who should have existed were never born. The families that might have formed remained unrealized possibilities. Evil's consequences extend far beyond the immediate violence, spreading like poison through social networks, affecting people who never knew the victims, creating absence that echoes through time. Lucerne eventually recovered its reputation as a peaceful city, though older residents carried memories of those years when fear ruled the streets. The forests where Roger hunted gradually returned to being places of beauty rather than crime scenes. Tourism rebounded, and eventually most visitors had no idea about the horrors that unfolded there decades earlier. But those who lived through it never entirely forgot. They carried the knowledge that safety is illusory, that evil can emerge anywhere, that someone completely ordinary in appearance can harbor unimaginable darkness. They learned that civilization's order is fragile, maintained through collective agreement that can be violated by anyone willing to ignore rules and embrace monstrosity. Roger Andermatt's legacy was pain, nothing more, nothing less. He contributed nothing positive to the world, created nothing of value, left nothing behind except trauma and absence and grief. He was a void in human form, taking up space and consuming lives until finally removed from existence. In the end, he became exactly what he'd always been: nothing. No grand meaning, no complex explanation, no deeper significance. Just a predator who hunted until caught, then died in a cage, his name eventually fading from memory until becoming just another historical footnote about darkness that once walked among us. The 11 women he murdered deserved so much more than becoming victims in his story. They deserved their full lives, their unrealized dreams, their potential contributions to a world that needed their unique presences. They deserved to grow old, to love and be loved, to experience joy and sorrow and all the complex richness of human existence. Roger Andermatt stole those possibilities, and no punishment could ever adequately address that theft. Justice in his case meant simply removing him permanently from society, preventing future harm, acknowledging that some crimes exceed our capacity for appropriate response. The families of his victims continue living with their losses, carrying absence like stones, managing grief that never completely resolves. They remember their loved ones not primarily as victims, but as the vibrant, unique individuals they were before Roger destroyed them. They share stories, preserve memories, ensure that these women are remembered for their lives rather than their deaths. And somewhere in archived files and academic journals and fading newspaper articles, Roger Andermatt's story persists. A cautionary tale about human capacity for evil, about the importance of vigilance, about the reality that monsters are real and sometimes they look exactly like ordinary people until the moment they reveal what they truly are. Switzerland learned that neutrality offers no protection against darkness that emerges from within. Lucerne learned that beauty and order provide no immunity from violence. And everyone touched by Roger's crimes learned that evil requires no grand motivation, no traumatic origin, no complex psychology. Sometimes it simply exists, wearing human form, walking among us until finally recognized and removed. This is the story of Roger Andermatt, the warehouse worker who became a serial killer, the unremarkable man who committed remarkable evil, the predator who hunted for 3 years before finally being stopped. He took 11 lives and damaged countless others, leaving scars that persist decades after his death. He was a monster and he was human, and perhaps that's the most terrifying thing of all. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4. The Angel of Death Wore Scrubs, the story of Janine Jones. She smiled while they stopped breathing. The babies never stood a chance. We're about to step into a hospital where the healer became the killer, where tiny hearts stopped beating under hands sworn to protect them. This is the story of Janine Jones, a nurse who turned pediatric wards into hunting grounds and transformed medicine into murder. The fluorescent lights of Behar County Hospital hummed their eternal song, casting that peculiar shade of white that exists nowhere else in nature. Cold, clinical, unforgiving. Within those sanitized corridors walked a woman whose very presence would eventually make mothers clutch their children tighter, make fathers question every medical professional who came near their babies. Her name was Janine Jones, and she possessed something far more dangerous than a scalpel or a syringe. She possessed trust. Born on July 13, 1950, in San Antonio, Texas, Janine and Jones emerged into a world that would never quite satisfy her insatiable hunger for attention. Adopted as an infant, she grew up in a middle-class family that provided everything except the spotlight she craved. Those who knew her in those early years describe a girl who seemed perpetually dissatisfied, always seeking drama where none existed, fabricating crises to place herself at the center of every narrative. She was the girl who cried wolf, except the wolves she conjured were far more sinister than anyone could have imagined. Her teenage years revealed a pattern that would haunt the rest of her existence. A compulsive need to be needed, to be the hero in every story, even if she had to create the disaster first. She would later marry, have children, and divorce, moving through life like a storm that never quite dissipates, leaving debris in her wake. But it wasn't until she discovered the nursing profession that Janine Jones found her true calling, or perhaps her perfect cover. In 1977, she graduated from vocational nursing school and began working at the Behar County Hospital in San Antonio. The pediatric intensive care unit became her domain, a kingdom where she ruled with an unsettling enthusiasm that others initially mistook for dedication. She volunteered for the most difficult shifts, showed up on her days off, hovered over the sickest children with an intensity that seemed almost maternal, until you looked closer and saw something else entirely in her eyes. Something hungry. The other nurses began to notice a disturbing pattern. When Janine worked, children who had been stable would suddenly crash. Alarms would scream, tiny bodies would convulse, and there was Janine, always Janine, rushing in to save the day. She performed CPR with theatrical flair, shouted orders with the confidence of a seasoned trauma surgeon, and basked in the aftermath when doctors praised her quick thinking. She collected these moments like trophies, retelling the stories with embellishments that grew more heroic with each iteration. But between September 1978 and March 1982, something unspeakable was happening in that pediatric ICU. Babies were dying at an alarming rate, far beyond what statistics could explain. The unit saw between 10 and 43 infant deaths during Janine's tenure, though the exact number would later be disputed as administrators scrambled to understand the magnitude of what had occurred under their watch. Medical emergencies skyrocketed during her shifts. Children would arrive with minor ailments and leave in coffins. Dr. James Robotham, a critical care specialist, became one of the first to voice his suspicions. He noticed that seizures and cardiac arrests clustered around Janine's schedule like flies around rotting meat. He examined the numbers, ran the probabilities, and arrived at a conclusion that made his blood run cold. The odds of this pattern occurring naturally were astronomical. Something or someone was actively causing these children to die. Other staff members whispered among themselves, sharing observations they'd been too afraid to voice aloud. Medications disappeared from locked cabinets. Janine had access to the drug room with troubling frequency. Bottles of succinylcholine, a powerful paralytic that stops breathing, went missing. Vials of digoxin, a heart medication that becomes deadly in high doses, vanished from inventory. And always, Janine was nearby when children stopped breathing, when their hearts gave out, when their bodies betrayed them in ways that defied their diagnoses. One nurse remembered walking into the ICU to find Janine standing over an infant, syringe in hand, with an expression that could only be described as euphoric. The baby had been stable moments before. Now alarms shrieked as the child's vital signs plummeted. Janine sprang into action, calling for help, performing chest compressions, playing the hero while the child fought for life. That nurse said nothing at the time. Who would believe such an accusation against someone who seemed so dedicated? The hospital administrators found themselves in an impossible position. They had suspicions but no concrete proof. Medical deaths, even unusual ones, could potentially be explained by the severity of the patient's conditions. To publicly accuse a nurse of murdering children without irrefutable evidence would invite lawsuits, destroy careers, and devastate the hospital's reputation. So they made a decision that would haunt them forever. They quietly pushed Janine Jones out, giving her the option to resign rather than face a direct firing. In the spring of 1982, Janine Jones left Behar County Hospital, and the administrators breathed a collective sigh of relief. The death rate in the pediatric ICU dropped dramatically. The mysterious emergencies ceased almost entirely. For those who had suspected Janine, this was confirmation. But they said nothing publicly, gave her no negative references, left no paper trail that would warn her next employer. They simply let the monster walk out the door, free to hunt again. And hunt she did. Dr. Kathleen Holland, a pediatrician opening a new clinic in Kerrville, Texas, hired Janine based on her apparent experience and enthusiasm. Dr. Holland saw a dedicated nurse eager for a fresh start. She had no idea she'd just invited death itself into her practice. The small clinic in Kerrville seemed like the perfect place for Janine to reinvent herself, to start clean. Instead, it became the stage for her most brazen murders. The clinic opened in August 1982, and almost immediately, children began having medical emergencies. Babies who came in for routine vaccinations would suddenly stop breathing. Toddlers with minor ear infections would suffer seizures. The ambulance made so many trips from Dr. Holland's clinic to the hospital that paramedics started joking darkly about the cursed office. Except it wasn't a curse. It was Janine Jones, working with terrifying efficiency in an environment with even less oversight than the hospital. Dr. Holland, skilled and competent, found herself baffled by the cascade of emergencies. These weren't complicated cases. They were routine pediatric visits that somehow transformed into life-threatening crises. She began to feel incompetent, questioning her own medical judgment. How could so many children deteriorate so rapidly under her care? What was she missing? The answer was standing right beside her, preparing syringes with a smile. The community of Kerrville began to take notice. Parents whispered to each other about the new clinic where healthy children went in and came out on stretchers. Some started avoiding Dr. Holland's practice entirely, driving to nearby towns for their children's care. The local emergency room staff grew suspicious. Why were so many of this one doctor's patients arriving in critical condition? The pieces of the puzzle lay scattered across two cities, waiting for someone to assemble them into the horrifying picture they formed. September 17, 1982, dawned bright and warm in Kerrville, Texas. The kind of day when parents plan outings to the park and children laugh without knowing how precious and fragile their laughter truly is. For Petty and Reed McClellan, it was supposed to be a routine visit to the pediatrician for their 15-month-old daughter, Chelsea Ann. She needed her routine immunizations, nothing more. By the end of that day, their world would be shattered beyond recognition, and the truth about Janine Jones would finally begin its terrible emergence into the light. Chelsea was a beautiful child, all golden curls and bright eyes, with the kind of smile that made strangers stop and coo. She'd been born with a minor heart defect, but doctors had assured her parents it was nothing serious, something she'd likely outgrow, requiring nothing more than occasional monitoring. She was thriving, hitting all her developmental milestones, filling her parents' lives with joy. That morning, Petty dressed her in a little outfit, kissed her soft cheeks, and drove to Dr. Holland's clinic with no sense of the horror that awaited. Janine Jones greeted them with her characteristic enthusiasm, her voice syrupy with false warmth as she cooed over Chelsea. She took the baby's vital signs, noted them in the chart, and prepared the routine vaccinations. Dr. Holland came in, performed a quick examination, approved the shots, and left Janine to administer them. It should have been the most routine moment in pediatric care. Vaccines that save millions of lives, given thousands of times every day across the world without incident. But Janine Jones didn't just give Chelsea her scheduled immunizations. Minutes after the injections, Chelsea became lethargic. Her bright eyes dulled. Her body went limp in her mother's arms. Petty McClellan's voice rose in panic as she called out for help. Janine rushed in, always rushing in, and took the baby, placing her on the examination table. Chelsea's breathing had become shallow, irregular. Her lips were turning blue. The child was dying, and only one person in that room knew exactly why. Dr. Holland raced in, her professional training taking over even as her mind reeled with confusion. Chelsea had been perfectly healthy moments ago. How had this happened so fast? Janine was already performing CPR, her movements practiced and efficient. Too practiced, perhaps. Too efficient for someone supposedly shocked by this sudden emergency. An ambulance was called. Chelsea was rushed to the local hospital, then airlifted to a larger facility in San Antonio. The McClellans followed, their hearts shattering with each passing moment as their daughter slipped further away from them. In the helicopter, with no witnesses except the flight crew focused on piloting, Janine Jones rode alongside Chelsea McClellan. She later claimed she performed heroic resuscitation efforts during that flight, that she fought valiantly to save the child's life. But Chelsea's heart stopped. Her brain ceased firing. The little girl who had smiled that morning died before they reached San Antonio, her life extinguished by the very person entrusted with her care. The official cause of death was listed as complications from her pre-existing heart condition. The McClellans, devastated beyond measure, accepted this explanation through their fog of grief. They'd been told Chelsea had a heart defect. Perhaps it had been more serious than doctors realized. Perhaps this was a terrible tragedy of biology, of genetic misfortune, of fate. They had no reason to suspect murder. Who could imagine such evil? Who could conceive of a nurse deliberately killing a baby in her care? But Dr. Kathleen Holland's suspicions had been growing for weeks. The pattern of emergencies at her clinic was statistically impossible. She'd been a pediatrician long enough to know that healthy children don't suddenly stop breathing during routine visits. After Chelsea's death, Dr. Holland made a decision that would require immense courage. She began investigating her own employee. She started reviewing her clinic's records, mapping out every emergency that had occurred since opening. The pattern was undeniable. Every single crisis had happened when Janine Jones was present. On days Janine had off, the clinic ran normally. The moment she returned, children started coding. Dr. Holland examined the medication logs and discovered discrepancies. Bottles were being used far faster than the number of documented doses could explain. Drugs were disappearing. On September 23, 1982, Dr. Holland made the agonizing decision to fire Janine Jones. She also did something the administrators at Behar County Hospital had failed to do. She reported her suspicions to law enforcement. The Texas Rangers and local police began investigating, and what they uncovered would shock even veteran homicide detectives accustomed to humanity's darkest impulses. Investigators obtained a search warrant for Janine's home, and what they found was deeply disturbing. She had numerous medical supplies that should never have left the clinic: syringes, needles, medication bottles. She kept detailed scrapbooks filled with newspaper clippings about children who had died or nearly died. She'd collected obituaries, medical articles, anything related to pediatric deaths. She'd memorialized her victims like trophies, preserving the evidence of her murders in paper and ink. But the most damning evidence came from Chelsea McClellan's body. When authorities ordered a more thorough autopsy, forensic pathologists discovered something that shouldn't have been there: traces of succinylcholine, a powerful paralytic drug. This medication is used in hospitals during surgeries to paralyze muscles, including the diaphragm, making a patient unable to breathe on their own. It's given only when a patient is intubated and on a ventilator, with careful monitoring. In a 15-month-old child during a routine clinic visit, it had only one purpose: to kill. Succinylcholine metabolizes quickly in the body, breaking down into compounds that naturally occur in human tissue. This makes it a murderer's drug of choice, difficult to detect, easy to explain away. But the investigators got lucky. Because Chelsea had died so quickly and her body had been refrigerated immediately, traces remained. The medical examiner also found injection sites on Chelsea's body that corresponded with no legitimate medical procedure. Someone had injected this child with a lethal dose of a paralytic drug, and there had been only one person with access, opportunity, and means. The investigation then turned back to Behar County Hospital, where Janine had worked before. Authorities began exhuming bodies of children who had died during her tenure there. They interviewed dozens of staff members who had been too afraid to speak up before. They reviewed years of medical records, death certificates, incident reports. A pattern emerged that was so monstrous, so systematic, that even hardened investigators found themselves struggling to comprehend it. Janine Jones had been killing children for years, injecting them with overdoses of digoxin, heparin, and other medications. She'd used succinylcholine to stop their breathing, knowing it would be nearly impossible to detect. She'd caused seizures, heart attacks, respiratory arrests. She'd transformed healing into horror, medicine into murder. And she'd done it all while basking in the praise she received for her heroic resuscitation efforts. The question that haunted everyone was simple yet unfathomable. Why? Why would a nurse, someone who chose a profession built on caring for the vulnerable, deliberately harm the most defenseless patients imaginable? Psychologists would later identify Janine as suffering from Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a psychological disorder where a caregiver causes illness or injury to someone under their care to gain attention and sympathy. But that clinical diagnosis felt insufficient to explain the scope of her crimes. February 15, 1984, marked the beginning of one of the most disturbing criminal trials in American history. Janine Jones sat in the Georgetown, Texas, courtroom, dressed conservatively, her face carefully composed into an expression of wounded innocence. To those who didn't know better, she looked like any middle-aged woman, perhaps a teacher or a librarian. No one could have guessed that beneath that ordinary exterior lurked someone who had methodically murdered children with the same hands she'd sworn to protect them with. The prosecution faced significant challenges. They'd chosen to try Janine for Chelsea McClellan's murder first. It was their strongest case with the clearest evidence. But even with the forensic findings, proving murder in a medical setting is extraordinarily complex. Defense attorneys can exploit every ambiguity, every alternative explanation, every possibility that death occurred from natural causes. And Janine Jones's defense team was prepared to do exactly that. The courtroom filled with spectators, media, and most heartbreakingly, the parents of children who had died or nearly died under Janine's care. Petty and Reed McClellan sat in the front row, their faces etched with grief that no verdict could heal. Their daughter was gone, reduced to evidence exhibits and forensic testimony. Other parents attended too, mothers and fathers who'd entrusted their children to Janine's care and watched them die, never knowing they'd handed their babies to a predator. The prosecution's case unfolded like a nightmare rendered in medical terminology and scientific evidence. Expert witnesses explained how succinylcholine works, how it paralyzes every muscle in the body, including those needed to breathe. They described how Chelsea McClellan would have experienced it. Aware, awake, unable to move, unable to draw breath, suffocating while fully conscious. The courtroom sat in horrified silence as these details emerged, as the mechanical nature of Chelsea's death became clear. Dr. Kathleen Holland took the stand, her testimony devastating in its implications. She described how she'd trusted Janine, how she genuinely believed they were experiencing an unusual cluster of medical emergencies. She explained the moment she'd realized the truth, that the emergencies only happened when Janine was present, that her loyal nurse was actually a serial killer. Dr. Holland's career had been destroyed by association with Janine. Families had sued her. Her clinic had closed. Her reputation was in tatters. She'd been an unwitting accomplice to murder, and the guilt was written on her face as she testified. The medical evidence was damning. Toxicology reports showed succinylcholine in Chelsea's tissues where none should have been. The pattern of injection marks on her body told a story of deliberate harm. The timeline of her deterioration, healthy to dying in mere minutes, matched the rapid action of a paralytic drug. There was no medical explanation for Chelsea's death except murder. But the defense struck back with aggressive cross-examination. They pointed out that Chelsea had a pre-existing heart condition. They brought in their own medical experts who testified that the succinylcholine findings could potentially be explained by post-mortem changes in tissue chemistry, though their arguments were thin and contradicted by the prosecution's more credible experts. They painted Janine as a dedicated nurse caught in a tragic situation, unfairly scapegoated for deaths that were simply nature's cruelty. The most chilling moments of the trial came when the prosecution presented evidence from Behar County Hospital. They detailed case after case of children who had mysteriously died or nearly died during Janine's shifts. They showed graphs demonstrating the statistical impossibility of these events occurring naturally. They brought in staff members who testified about their suspicions, about medications going missing, about Janine's strange behavior around dying children. One nurse described finding Janine in a supply room, injecting something into a bottle of 4 fluid. When confronted, Janine had claimed she was adding medicine on a doctor's orders, but when the nurse checked with the physician, no such order existed. Another testified about discovering Janine hovering over a stable patient in the middle of the night, syringe in hand, with no documented reason to be administering medication. These witnesses had stayed silent at the time, afraid of making false accusations, second-guessing their own instincts. Their guilt was palpable as they testified, knowing their silence had allowed Janine to kill again. The prosecution introduced the scrapbooks found in Janine's home, page after page of death notices, articles about pediatric emergencies, photographs she'd clipped from newspapers showing parents grieving over lost children. She'd collected these like souvenirs, tangible reminders of her power over life and death. The jury examined these macabre albums, passing them from hand to hand, their faces reflecting growing horror at the mind capable of creating such things. Psychiatrists testified about Munchausen syndrome by proxy, explaining how perpetrators create medical emergencies to position themselves as heroes. They described the psychological profile of someone who would harm children for attention, narcissistic, manipulative, craving admiration and control. Every characteristic matched Janine Jones perfectly. She was a textbook case, a clinical example of a rare but devastating psychological disorder acted out in the worst possible setting. Then Janine Jones herself took the stand, a decision her attorneys likely regretted within minutes. She was combative, defensive, and utterly unable to show appropriate remorse. When asked about Chelsea's death, she insisted she'd done everything right, that she'd fought heroically to save the child. When confronted with the evidence of succinylcholine, she suggested contamination, conspiracy, anything except the obvious truth. Her performance on the stand was so poor, so tone-deaf to the gravity of the accusations, that she likely sealed her own fate. The final arguments came down to a simple question. Could the jury believe that all these emergencies, all these deaths, all this evidence was merely coincidence? The prosecution argued it was statistically, medically, and logically impossible. The defense clung to the principle of reasonable doubt, suggesting that suspicions and correlations weren't the same as absolute proof. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours. On February 15, 1984, they returned a verdict that surprised no one who'd followed the evidence. Guilty of murder in the death of Chelsea and McClellan. Janine Jones was sentenced to 99 years in prison. The courtroom erupted in mixed reactions. Some families sobbed with relief, others with renewed grief, remembering that justice for Chelsea couldn't bring back all the other children Janine had killed. But the justice system had more in store for Janine Jones. In October 1984, she stood trial again, this time for injuring Rolando Santos, a 4-week-old infant she'd poisoned with heparin, an anticoagulant that causes uncontrolled bleeding. The evidence in this case was equally damning. Rolando had arrived at Dr. Holland's clinic healthy and left bleeding from every orifice. His blood so thin it couldn't clot. Only massive transfusions had saved his life. Janine was convicted and received an additional 60 years in prison. 2 convictions, 159 years of prison time. It seemed like justice had been served. But the families of dozens of other victims would never see their day in court. Prosecutors chose not to pursue additional charges, believing the existing sentences ensured Janine would die in prison. They had no idea that a bureaucratic oversight decades in the future would nearly set her free. The most frustrating aspect of the Janine Jones case emerged years later, when journalists and investigators discovered that Behar County Hospital had destroyed crucial evidence. In 1993, the hospital shredded approximately 20 boxes of medical records dating back to Janine's time there, despite ongoing investigations into patient deaths. Whether this destruction was intentional suppression or bureaucratic incompetence remains disputed, but the result was the same. Evidence that might have proven additional murders was gone forever. The true number of Janine Jones's victims will never be known. Conservative estimates suggest she killed between 11 and 46 children, though some investigators believe the actual number could be higher. Each destroyed medical record represented a life, a family, answers that would never come. The hospital's action ensured that dozens of families would never know for certain whether their child's death was natural tragedy or deliberate murder. For more than 3 decades, Janine Jones remained exactly where she belonged, behind bars, locked away from the vulnerable children she'd preyed upon. Parents who'd survived her attempts to murder their children could sleep at night knowing she would die in prison. The families of her victims found what small comfort they could in that certainty. Janine Jones, the angel of death, would never walk free, or so everyone believed. Then, in 2013, a bureaucratic nightmare emerged from the shadows. Texas law enforcement officials reviewing prison records discovered something that sent shockwaves through the true crime community and terror through every parent who remembered the Janine Jones case. Due to mandatory release laws for prisoners and the way her sentences had been structured, Janine Jones was scheduled for release in March 2018. The woman who'd murdered children with impunity, who'd shown no remorse, who'd spent decades in prison proclaiming her innocence despite overwhelming evidence. She was going to get out. The news spread like wildfire. Television news programs revisited the case, reminding a new generation about the nurse who'd turned pediatric wards into killing floors. Podcasts dissected every aspect of her crimes. Online forums exploded with outrage. How could someone convicted of murdering children be released? How could the system fail so catastrophically? The answer lay in the complex intersection of Texas prison law, sentence structures, and good behavior credits that had been accumulating for decades. Petty McClellan, Chelsea's mother, gave interviews with barely controlled rage and grief. Her daughter had been dead for more than 30 years. Her grave visited thousands of times, but the pain remained as fresh as the day Chelsea had stopped breathing in that clinic. Now she learned that her daughter's killer might walk free, might pass her on the street, might even work in healthcare again. The thought was unbearable. Law enforcement officials who'd worked the original case came out of retirement to protest. They'd spent years building cases against Janine, collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses. They knew the depth of her crimes, even if they'd only managed to prosecute her for a fraction of them. The idea that she'd serve only 34 years for murdering children was offensive to every principle of justice they'd dedicated their lives to upholding. But as public outrage mounted, prosecutors in San Antonio began reviewing the old case files. They pored over decades-old evidence, searching for any unsolved case that might have sufficient evidence to bring new charges. And they found one. Rosemary Vega, an 11-month-old girl who had died at Behar County Hospital on September 16, 1981, during one of Janine's shifts. The evidence in Rosemary's case was compelling. She'd been admitted to the hospital for treatment of dehydration and a mild fever, routine childhood illness that shouldn't have been fatal. Under Janine's care, Rosemary had suffered a sudden cardiac arrest and died. An autopsy at the time had found no clear cause of death, listing it as sudden infant death syndrome, that catch-all diagnosis that masks uncertainty with medical terminology. Prosecutors obtained Rosemary's preserved tissue samples and subjected them to modern forensic analysis. The technology available in the 1980s couldn't detect certain compounds or analyze tissue at the molecular level. But forensic science had advanced dramatically in the intervening decades. What they found was chilling, evidence suggesting Rosemary had been given a lethal injection, her tiny body poisoned by someone who should have been protecting her. In May 2017, a full year before Janine's scheduled release, a Behar County grand jury indicted her on 5 counts of murder related to deaths at the hospital during the early 1980s. These included Rosemary Vega, Joshua Sawyer, Misty Reichenau, Patrick Zavala, and Christopher Hogita, all children who had died suspiciously during Janine's shifts. Each indictment represented a life cut short, a family destroyed, and finally, potential justice decades delayed. The legal system moved forward, and Janine Jones suddenly faced spending the rest of her life in prison fighting new murder charges. Her release date, which had seemed certain, became irrelevant. She'd be transferred from prison to jail to await trial, and even if somehow acquitted, there were additional cases prosecutors could potentially charge. The woman who'd thought she'd gamed the system, who'd been smugly anticipating freedom, found the door slamming shut again. In January 2018, facing overwhelming evidence and the prospect of multiple trials that would inevitably result in guilty verdicts, Janine Jones made a calculated decision. She accepted a plea deal. In exchange for pleading guilty to murdering Rosemary Vega, prosecutors would not pursue trials on the other 4 murder charges. The sentence: life in prison. No possibility of parole. No good behavior credits. No bureaucratic loopholes. She would die behind bars, which is exactly where she belonged. The plea hearing was brief and clinical. Janine, now in her late 60s, admitted in open court that she had murdered Rosemary Vega by injecting her with a lethal dose of medication. Her voice was flat, emotionless, mechanical. She expressed no remorse, offered no explanation, showed no recognition of the magnitude of her crimes. She simply acknowledged the facts necessary to finalize the plea deal and returned to her cell. For the families of her victims, the plea deal brought mixed emotions. On one hand, they were relieved that Janine would never walk free. She'd spend her remaining years in a cell, aging and eventually dying with no one to mourn her passing. Justice, delayed and imperfect, had finally been served. But on the other hand, many families had hoped for a trial, for the opportunity to confront her publicly, to force her to listen as they described what her actions had cost them. Parents of children whose deaths were never charged stood in a particularly painful limbo. They knew, deep in their bones, that Janine had murdered their children. The statistical evidence, the timing, the circumstances, everything pointed to her guilt. But without formal charges, without a trial, without a guilty verdict specifically naming their child, they remained in legal and emotional uncertainty. Their children were probable victims of a serial killer, their deaths suspicious but never officially classified as homicides. The destroyed hospital records haunted these families most of all. Somewhere in those shredded boxes might have been the evidence that proved definitively what had happened to their children. Medical charts that showed suspicious orders, medication logs that revealed discrepancies, nursing notes that documented Janine's presence at critical moments. All of it gone, destroyed, irretrievable. The hospital's action, whether negligent or deliberately obstructive, had ensured that complete justice would be forever impossible. As of 2025, Janine Jones remains incarcerated in a Texas prison. She's in her mid-70s now, an elderly woman serving life without parole for crimes that shocked the conscience of a nation. She gives no interviews, writes no memoirs, offers no insights into her twisted psychology. She exists in her cell, a cautionary tale about the monsters that can hide behind professional credentials and caring smiles. The impact of her crimes extends far beyond her victims and their families. The Janine Jones case fundamentally changed how hospitals monitor their staff. Medical facilities implemented new protocols for tracking medications, for investigating unusual patterns of patient deterioration, for responding to staff concerns about colleagues. The concept of the healthcare serial killer entered public consciousness, forcing patients to confront an uncomfortable truth that sometimes the people we trust most are the ones who harm us. Security measures in pediatric wards increased dramatically. Controlled substances became more tightly regulated, with multiple checks and balances required before powerful medications could be accessed. When patient outcomes deviate from expected norms, administrators are now required to investigate thoroughly rather than quietly shuffling problematic employees to new positions. These changes, born from the horror of Janine's crimes, have likely prevented other potential killers from following her path. Psychologists and criminologists continue studying the Janine Jones case, using it to better understand Munchausen syndrome by proxy and the psychology of healthcare serial killers. What drives someone to choose a healing profession and then pervert it into mass murder? How can we better identify these individuals before they kill? What warning signs did colleagues miss or ignore? These questions matter because Janine Jones, while rare, was not unique. Other healthcare workers have killed patients for the same twisted reasons. The need for attention, the desire to play hero, the God complex that comes from holding life and death in your hands. The families of her victims continue their lives, carrying grief that time softens but never erases. Petty and Reed McClellan lost Chelsea 43 years ago, but they still visit her grave, still remember the feel of her curls under their fingers, still wonder who she would have become if given the chance. Other parents carry the same burden, the permanent absence where a child's laughter should be, the milestones never reached, the grandchildren never born. Some of these families have found purpose in their pain. They've become advocates for patient safety, lobbying for stronger oversight of healthcare workers, pushing for better systems to investigate suspicious patient deaths. They speak at medical conferences, warning new doctors and nurses about the Janine Joneses of the world. They've transformed their tragedy into a force for change, ensuring their children's deaths weren't meaningless. Janine Jones will almost certainly die in prison. Barring some unforeseeable change in the law, she'll never again see the sky without bars between her and it. She'll never hold another child, never work in healthcare, never have the opportunity to harm another vulnerable patient. The world is safer with her locked away, and that safety is the only good that came from decades of horror. But the question that haunts everyone who studies this case remains unanswered. How many children did she really kill? Was it 11? 46? More? Every destroyed record, every suspicious death that was never charged, every family that wondered but could never know for certain. They represent potential victims of a predator who operated with impunity for years. The true scope of Janine Jones's crimes died with her victims, buried with them, lost to deliberately destroyed evidence and the passage of time. The angel of death wore scrubs and smiled while children stopped breathing. She turned the sanctuary of a hospital into a hunting ground, perverted medicine into murder, and betrayed every principle of the profession she claimed to love. Her name deserves to be remembered, not celebrated, but remembered as a warning. Evil doesn't always look like a monster. Sometimes it looks like a nurse, smiling and competent, asking if you'd like her to hold your baby for just a moment. And that smile should terrify us all. Thank you for watching and being part of this dive into the dark and fascinating stories that keep us all on edge. If you enjoyed the ride, remember to like, subscribe, and share with others who crave a good mystery. Tell us where you're watching from. I love knowing where in the world our true crime family is tuning in. Your presence means a lot. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and keep digging into the shadows where truth and mystery meet.